And it says it's showtime,
Ooh.
which is very appropriate for our topic today, but I'm just reloading on YouTube until...
Yes. Because none of y'all will ever come to my house. I will go ahead and tell you that no matter what I change the name of my Wi-Fi to, the password is always Bob Fosse.
Amazing.
You just have to figure out which Wi-Fi is it. That's my madness. No, we don't really have war drivers down here in the deep south, rural country area. So, but
Oh
yes.
man, are we live?
Yes,
We are
we are
live.
live.
Woohoo! It's showtime, babies.
Woohoo!
Yes, so I have 5 guests with me. I'm going to let people introduce themselves, and we're going to go around this way, so we'll snake around the screen. So after Glory, Nia, then Holly, then Hayley, and I'll go last. But Danielle, you're first.
Yeah, hi, I'm Danielle. You can find me on Instagram at daniellethewriter.co, and I really love all types of musicals, so I'm really excited to be talking with everyone today.
Hi, I'm Glory, and both my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel are Glory Writes the Blues. And yeah, I am a whole ball of excitement for this. I love musicals. I'm very excited to be here. Musicals are how I bonded with my autistic father when I was growing up like a little kid. One of my first memories with him was lip syncing Oliver together, the vinyl, y'all. So this is like a subject near and dear to my heart. And also I'm currently writing an opera about mental illness with a friend of mine who's a composer. So this is like definitely very much a hi and welcome to my wheelhouse. I'm so excited. So yeah.
Excellent. And I'm Nia, Big Son of Fiction here on YouTube. You can also find me on Twitch and on Instagram at The Vixen of Fiction. And I'm a writer and a lover of musical theater. And I have been so musical theater deprived over the last couple of years. It's sad. So I'm excited to just talk about everything and have a good time. Thanks for having us, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. My name is Holly, also known as Write Holly Davis, on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, across the interwebs. I am a writer of young adult fiction and also a lover of musicals. I was in musicals growing up, so that's kind of how I got my start. And I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm still like a newbie with not knowing as many. So hopefully I can find some good ones to check out.
No snobbery allowed during this.
No geek.
I've had people who are like, oh, if you don't know the old ones, you're not a real fan. We're not doing that here.
No, it's more like, here, let me like totally get you addicted to this wonderful world.
Exactly. So
Beautiful.
just wanted to put that out there. But Hayley.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Hayley H Creates over on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Woo! And here on my YouTube channel is linked down below. I make vlogs, and the reason why I assume I'm here is because I like musicals too, and I went to college for theater, and I love writing plays too, and I'm so excited to geek out about all of musicals here with everybody else. And a big thank you to Zara for putting this together.
Of course.
Excited to be here.
For being here, all of you. Crow is here. Bust down the door like an old Western. After waking up from a nap, which is the best.
Yeah.
Carrie is here. Hello. Regina is here. This morning, Regina Crow and I had a private like Zoom chat because they're my VIP club members on my Ko-fi. So
Cool.
finally got to see Crow's face. I told Regina's face last month. That was fun.
What? They're not a crow?
I know. Nia.
Nobody's perfect, Hayley.
And then Nia said hi in the chat, and Hayley said hi in the chat, and Gloria said hi in the chat. So double duty. And then Joanna is here. So hello.
Hello.
So I didn't say to do this during the intros, but after I give my little intro, I think we should go around rapid fire and say what our favorite musical is. It doesn't have to, if you have multiple ones, just say the first one that comes to your mind. We're not going to be like, oh, you really like that one better than all the others. It's just going to be like one that you love a lot that could be considered a favorite.
Can we do like top 3?
Sure. I mean, if you want to, I'm just trying to give you all less work. But Alexis is here. Hello.
Hello.
Hayley, I linked everyone's stuff down below, except Hayley, I didn't know you had TikTok, so I didn't link that. Sorry.
That's fine. I only post there whenever I'm feeling up to it, which is like all at once and then never for like 3 months.
Okay, Tom just tweeted, are we going to sing our favorite songs? I'm not going to say you can't because I'm not monetized, so I don't think it matters. But at the same time, I'm not going to force anyone to sing. This isn't Twitch. There's no command to like sing. Anyway, my name is Zara Hoffman. I'm a writer, obviously. Most of the time, my streams are writing sprints. But I love musical theater because I grew up with my mom playing musical theater in the car. But more importantly, she was producing a musical when I was a kid. And I went there every single weekend and was like in the wings or in the audience and in the rehearsal room. And I became the cast's mascot. And yeah, I never stopped loving musical theater, but I never want to be on stage. I've done things where I had to be on stage, like through school, and I was like, no, thank you. I've done costumes before. I've worked on sets before. I've never done lighting or stage crew beyond when, we didn't have, when we were like all the actors had to do the stage stuff. So yeah, I like the behind the scenes stuff more.
Same.
And yeah, I like all types of musical theater, unless it has an abusive storyline. And even if it's from old times, they're like, oh, it's so good. And I'm like, nah. Carousel, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, like I yell at the screen while watching them of like, no, don't go, honey, you can do better.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. It's like it's one of my mom's favorite musicals, and she's just like, I won't play it around you. And I'm like, thanks. Because we went in person, and when the guy slaps the wife, I was like, I'm done.
That's a thing. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
That's something I don't like, but let's do ones that we do like. And then we can start talking of just as a conversation. It doesn't have to be like in order after we just say what we like. So Danielle, as many or as few as you want to give as like favorites.
Okay. My like top favorites are like Hamilton, and this is in no particular order, but Hamilton, Anastasia, and Wicked.
Solid.
All those. Yep.
Solid.
I would have to say, if I'm being brutally honest about, well, what is the musical that has stayed with me the longest? Mostly because it was so relatable to how I felt. It would probably be The Little Mermaid from Disney.
Oh.
So are we counting the Disney
those
Renaissance?
Are musicals, like those, top.
No, I know that. I know, like, I just didn't know if we were counting like Disney on Broadway only, or if we're counting Disney Renaissance.
I'm just going by the soundtrack. Look, I got a cassette and then put it in my little Fisher Price because I was 6, and I was doing Ursula so hard. Like, my father was like, hey, you're really into Ursula. We should get you to watch movies that star Divine. And I mean, I was 6, y'all. And I thought this was the epitome of femininity.
I mean, your makeup looks a little Ursula.
Is it a little? Okay.
Your lipstick is a little more orange than her like blood red, but
Right,
other
well,
than that,
I did that because I have no working air conditioning in this house, and I'm normally would be incredibly red. So I put.
I'm not insulting your makeup whatsoever, but
So,
I'm just
like,
saying
I
you're
put-
like so close to an Ursula cosplay, except black and purple and like.
I did the orange because it downplays the redness, the natural redness of my skin. That's also why I have orange blush on, again to downplay the magenta that I'm naturally. There's a method to my madness, but yeah.
Well, it's looking good. So
Thank you. That's all I need to know is that I don't look like the hot mess that I genuinely feel like inside right now.
No, I have
That's why my hair is up, trying to stay cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, because like it's so hot. It's so hot in here, y'all. So, but
Her
yeah,
AC is broken. If people are wondering,
it died at 3 a.m. this morning,
Oh.
and I live in South Mississippi, so it is so hot. It's like a high of 86 today. So,
Oh my gosh.
and it is currently 64% humidity in my room right now.
Fun.
Yeah.
if only
So-
you were under the sea.
I am. It's very moist. Catfish could walk. I live in catfish country, so it's not unusual to see catfish walk from one pond to another when they're unhappy with the oxygen levels. That's a true fact. So yeah, I would go with Little Mermaid of my all-time favorite as a kid, but like as I said, my father, we would get the vinyl soundtrack for Oliver, the 1972 production, and
Yes.
we would reenact it. This was how he communicated with me. And so, like, he loved to do the song, Who Will Buy This Child? And I would, like, look pathetic, and he would hold me up. And this was our fun Saturday afternoons, y'all.
Oh.
Because Dad would often communicate to me through songs about his feelings. That was easier, you know, with autistic folks. And so when he's like, when I would have a good idea, it's like, Daddy, I have the best idea. And he's like, I've got the horse right here. That was how he was like, yes, I want to tell me your great idea. Tell me the horse we need to bet on, you know, but not actually horse. So yeah. There's so many great musicals, but those are like the childhood ones that like they stick with you, or at least for me anyway.
Great.
Yeah. Gosh, for me, this is so hard because what got me to first love musicals is like when we got to see Annie. We had that redheaded Annie, and just the whole. It was so fantastic. So that's kind of like what sparked that whole. I love this whole acting and music.
No
And of
one
course-
can sing the song that starts with the T from Annie. Okay, I'm just gonna say that if you do that, I will boot you from the studio.
I thought this was an
I
open
was doing that
exclusive
song.
series, Sarah.
I go sing that song to my daughter. She loves it. She thinks she just.
It's a great song, but if we
Oh.
have it, I will not fall asleep early enough after midnight for me to function for my stream tomorrow.
Is this how we
no.
wind up Zara?
Oh my gosh!
You
But
can
I
sing it
would-
in your head. I'm probably already singing it in my head, but if someone sings it out loud, there will be consequences.
Every other song from Annie is good though.
Yeah,
Every other
Can we
song.
sing the other ones? Yeah.
How about It's a Hard Knock Life? How about that
I'm
one?
fine with that. Not
Every
your
time I had to
vibe.
wash
Easy Street.
dishes.
Can we sing Easy Street? Easy Street.
Oh man.
Oh, Easy Street with Tim Curry. Yes.
Oh man. So that was probably like the first thing that really like got sparked me. But then we also all of those Disney movies came back out and were reintroduced when I'm close to Glory's age, and so it was just like boom boom. We were singing all that stuff.
The oldies are over there, but they're always like, I'm so old. And I'm like, well, no one could ever tell if you stopped saying it. So
Yes, those Little Mermaid, Aladdin, they came out when we were kids, and Aladdin was the one. Mine, Glory, you said yours was a Little Mermaid. Mine was Aladdin. I mean, I was singing that one all over the place. But I probably my all-time, like anytime it's even near me, if me and my husband get a chance to go see it, don't hate me. Les Mis. I don't know why.
why would I
The
hate
music in Les Mis just like my husband will be like, it's playing about 2 hours away in a couple of weeks. I'm like, we're going.
Oh, the movie?
No, whenever it's Les Mis is like when it's in theater.
Like the stage production. She's talking about.
Okay, because I was gonna say if you're like obsessed with the movie, I'm gonna be like,
the latest movie.
I mean,
You didn't like the movie?
It's fine.
It's just
fine.
not great.
it hurts
Yeah.
my soul.
But
I
You're
never
being
watched
diplomatic.
it.
It hurts my soul.
You
and
missed
makes my
nothing.
ears
Don't
bleed.
worry. All
love
you
it a
need
lot.
is like PBS 25th anniversary stage production copy. You know where. Yeah, that Master of the House. Like I still like walk around the house doing the Master of the House.
Anniversary. I saw that Madame Thénardier live in London.
Wow.
Okay, so Mia, are
Focus.
you done?
Yes.
Okay, not to cut you
I'm not
off.
going to
but
say how many people on this stream have ADD, ADHD, but I'm just going to say I'm one of them.
You need
I
to keep
will
it
own.
rolling, Sarah. Keep it
It's
rolling.
okay. I'm
Crack the
okay with
whip.
being the MC. Yes, Holly.
Okay, so I'll kind of go with my like top 3 in different kind of categories. So my like ultimate favorite is Wicked. It was like my first like Broadway like musical that I saw, and it was like weird because my friends like got me into the soundtrack first. So I knew like all the words before I actually saw the musical, but like, you know, you kind of get bits and pieces of the story. So like once everything came together when I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, this is what actually happened. Like the songs, like I couldn't quite get, you know, like you kind of know a little bit of
Finally
it.
understood what swankified meant.
Yes, yes. But it was just incredible to see the production and everything. So that's probably like my top fave because it stuck with me for so long. And then another one that's near and dear to my heart because it was my favorite musical that I was in was Grease. That I did that my freshman year in high school, and because I was like a newbie in high school, I was in the chorus, but it was like the best because that's where you do all the dancing and everything in the poodle skirts, and that was just like the funnest thing for me. And then my third favorite is the Disney turned musical The Lion King, because that was already one of my top favorite Disney movies, and then getting to see how they made the animals, like it was just incredible. So and I can still say all the songs by heart, so
So continuing on theme, going with like meaningful things, I guess. My first one would be Peter Pan, the musical with Kathy Rigby. And yes, Zara, you know what I'm talking about. But also it was low-key my gay awakening, so thank you, Kathy Rigby. You know, so that's good. And I gotta say, not gonna lie, I really only thought about that one. But then my second,
You don't have
Thank
to add
you.
more right now if you feel like
Yeah.
on the spot. This is going to be a 4-hour long stream and we're only 18 minutes in. If people have to dip before then obviously. But like,
Zara
I'm
knows
planning
her
for this
crowd.
to
Oh
go
no, we're
until
in here
midnight.
for hours. Y'all not going nowhere.
I'm putting
No.
a limit on 4 hours because I have a stream tomorrow morning, but we can do another one of
Which
these.
I'm
I
also
need
at.
to
Which
doing
I'm
multiple
also
Oh, you're
at.
gonna do
I'm like,
monthly?
oh yeah,
That
I
would
do
be
have to
great.
be up in the morning.
That's so fair. No, but I do want to give an honorable mention to Newsies, the musical, because I got me through middle school, and then I was obsessed with it in high school. Like not in a bad way, but like I
Is there a
might
bad way to
save
be
the.
obsessed with musical theater?
No, there's not.
Actually, I can think of a few people, and the answer is yes, there is, but no one on this screen is that way.
That's good. But if there's a time to like share stories about like specific actors or like fan things, then I can tell you about the time that my fan fiction was read by the actors of Newsies in their I can't believe I'm
Spill
telling
the
you
tea.
guys this story, but
Okay, we're
it
gonna
was
Save it for
come
later.
back
I
to
don't
that.
care, Hayley. I need to know everything.
I
Okay,
know.
we're
You
gonna
all
come
are like leaning in. Yeah, I've I've told this story like on stream before, but yeah. So like in like high school and stuff, I was like super active on Tumblr. Oh my god, front center stage. Thanks, Sarah. But yeah. So in high school and everything, I was super active on like Tumblr and like Broadway Tumblr specifically. And like I was all up in like fan fiction and everything. Every single fan fiction about Newsies. I like killed everybody. I'm so sorry. I was working through stuff in high school. And then like
and then they read
uh
that.
what? No, well, no, fortunately not. At least I don't think so. But like, Newsies like had, I don't know, was on Broadway for like 2 years, and then at the end they like had this cast. I don't know, like this celebration of the show and whatever. And they read out like fan works and stuff. And they read three of my fanfics, and I didn't hear about this until later when like somebody like uploaded the bootleg and everything, of the
Slime
show.
tutorial.
Yeah. And
You don't use the B word here other than Broadway.
ooh, you're right. Well, then somebody uploaded the video. um and I'm sure it's still on YouTube. Like I'm sure I could find it, but they they read like some of mine about Crutchy, and like I did this one where so like the all the casts of Newsies, like the Broadway one. I can't, this is gonna be my claim to fame, but like the Broadway one and like the movie one, even like got together, and then they met like the characters from the past, and there was time travel, there were aliens, there were government shenanigans, Pulitzer. um yeah, so that happened. And then my second claim to fame with Newsies is that I invented a meme that got sent to the cast, and then it became a whole thing. So yes, I was very into Newsies. It is a part of me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over this history.
No, I
No,
love
you're doing
it.
great.
So the meme was actual cannibal Joseph Pulitzer, and if you've ever heard about that, that was me. I started it.
Oh, that's so funny.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
You guys
Okay.
can't see it because of the lighting, but I'm really red. So
Everyone's lighting is really good because if you're like, oh, I'm red, I'm like, I honestly can't tell. But mine. So there's Xana Don't, which is the one that my mom produced. And it's spelled Zanna and then don't. And it's unfortunately, it opened on my 6th birthday. Awesome. Also, unfortunately, opened the day we invaded Iraq. And was about a world where everyone's gay and they're heterophobic. So like some people loved it, and like Joan Rivers was obsessed with it, and she came like almost every weekend, and like other people were there. But yeah, it didn't get the love we had all hoped it would in our country, but it's been like Australia and Japan and Korea and all these places, and they're now adapting it so that Xana, who's the magical matchmaker, is going to be pansexual instead of gay. So I mean, I'm cool with all that. There was some drama behind the scenes, but I'm not going to out anyone because I'm basically friends with everyone. I could say all of the ones that people have already said, especially like Wicked and Anastasia and Les Mis and Lion King, and Carrie said just in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. I had the Donny Osmond movie one with Joan, gonna forget her last name, as Potiphar's wife, and this other Maria, always forget her last name too, who is like an amazing narrator. But I'm going to say I just had it in my head, and then also obviously Kathy Rigby, love that. I had one in my head Big River. I saw the Deaf West theater production. So if you don't know what Deaf West is, they're a musical theater company full of deaf people, and they did Spring Awakening. More recently, my mom invested in that, and then her friend who was the lead producer on Danielle was also one of the main producers for that. And I don't know, I think they kind of got rid of some of the magic, not their fault, but just the staging, it wasn't as great. But what they did for Big River was that the set was a book, so like it looked like you had opened a book, but then the original Huckleberry Finn from Broadway, Huckleberry Finn, I don't know, I'm wearing my retainer and I haven't, but the original Huckleberry Finn was playing Mark Twain as the narrator, but he was singing for the deaf Huckleberry Finn, who was in costume and doing all the choreography.
Oh my gosh.
And then you had Michael McElroy, who was one of the only actors and the only like main character actor who didn't have a deaf double. He was signing while singing, and it's amazing. And I can find a clip. I think it was on Good Morning America. The quality's bad because it was like from years and years ago, but we saw it at the Ford's Theater in DC. And so it was like that musical about race in that theater where Lincoln and everything. So I don't need to explain that part, but that was just like magical. And it's actually something I know someone who was in it or anything. It was just really magical. And then so many of the other musicals that have been mentioned, I have something tied to it. So I'm trying to think if there's another one that I don't have a tie to, so I can save my stories for later in the stream. But I'm now blanking on almost every musical I've seen that hasn't already been mentioned, which is awful. Oh, I have a blog post. I wrote a blog post forever ago about all the musicals I'd seen. Is it on my website, or was I smart and put it on Coca? I don't think I did yet. Okay. This is an outdated list. Alphabetized list of musicals I've seen. Way too many.
I want to say I love Anastasia too.
Ooh,
yeah, I was going to say everybody mentioned something that's on my top list.
Yeah. Okay, the one that I want to mention.
Peter Pan, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the one I want to give my love to, there are a bunch of others that weren't mentioned and will be mentioned later, but Fiddler on the Roof in Yiddish. So I made a video about it on my YouTube channel. And for those of you who don't know, Fiddler on the Roof is based on a short story collection by a Yiddish author. And it was written in English, but then it has been translated into Hebrew and Yiddish for other productions. But this was the first time that it was like being a big production in Yiddish. And unfortunately, like my grandma had already been dead for like a long time, but she would speak Yiddish around me, like not to the point that I could learn it, but she would speak it, especially with her younger brother. And both of them were dead by the time that this production came around. But my mom and I saw it, and we loved it so much that we then like took family to see it. We took my mom's older brother and his wife and 2 daughters to see it. And we all just felt so much closer to my grandma. And oh, it was so good. Also, the guy who starred as Tevye, who's the main character, if you don't know, he was one of 2 actors in the cast who already knew Yiddish fluently.
Wow.
And he and his brother were like, we're going to take lessons because we want to know what our grandparents are shit talking when they think we can't understand. So I just loved reading that in an interview of him. And he had also played like the wizard in Wicked and stuff like that. So this wasn't like his first big thing, but yeah. So that's me. Who likes Anastasia? Raise your hand.
I've only seen the movie, like not.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Do we want to cover Anastasia first, or do we want to
I
cover
have so many issues with it, but like not
the
like
musical or the movie?
I want to hear about it. So
the movie,
Yeah.
but like not really the movie, like the reality of what is going on. Of like, I was a little too old when it came out. Like I was, I think, in either middle school or lower high school age, and I was just like, that's abusive, that's questionable. That is not a good relationship. Like that was where I was. So that is unfortunately how I've changed. So it's not like I don't enjoy the songs. It's just that I cannot overwrite this mouthy little young teenage Glory in my head who's always critiquing it.
Okay, so recap for everyone who doesn't know. I have an Anastasia video plan, so this will be repeated when I eventually record it. But in 1997, Fox Animation came out with a film called Anastasia. It's based on Anastasia, the Grand Duchess of the final Tsar of Russia, the Romanov family. There are like so many books written about it. People thought that she had survived the assassination. Turns out, I think like 6 or 10 years ago, they found her remains. And basically, the rumor had spread because she and her sisters, who had sewn their gems into their dresses when they were fleeing, the shots that the guards fired at them ricocheted off the gems in their dresses, so they didn't die immediately. Wow. And then they got shot in the head to make sure that they were killed. And
the movie is not that dark.
Yeah, no. The movie is not that dark.
It's not like that.
So that's the history. And in real life, there was a woman who claimed to be Anastasia, and she had been in a mental asylum, and there was a lot of belief that she was, and then it turned out that she wasn't. There was then a black and white movie made, and I'm forgetting the year because the time I did the research for my script was like months and months ago, and I never got around to filming it. And that was called Anastasia. And there's a con man who is like, let's get the reward that the grandmother of Anastasia is giving. So we're going to find a girl who looks like Anastasia, and she's going to pose. And then, oh, look, she actually is Anastasia. So Fox completely stole that plot, just like Disney steals a bunch of other plots. Love you both, but also gonna call you out for that. They have the musical team, so the lyrics and the composer who did Ragtime and also did the musical Seussical, which I love, and I'm coming out with a video on tomorrow. So very witty, very catchy songs or whatever. They do the movie Anastasia for Fox, comes out in 1997. And as the villain, they have Rasputin, who was the like kind of witch doctor who got very close to the Tsarina, the wife of the final Tsar. And basically the whole court wanted him out because they felt like it was improper that he was as close to the kids as he was and to her. And there's question of whether or not he did illegal stuff to kids and things like that. We're not going to go there. He wasn't really a good person. Let's just say that. But the movie decided to make him like a very funny villain, but also like
kind of
evil. And then the musical came out in 2016 at the Hartford stage in Connecticut, where they had changed certain costumes from the movie, and then basically people rioted, so they changed the costumes for Broadway to match the movie. And
True.
They took out Rasputin, and Rasputin in the movie, his voice, he was voiced by Jim Cummings, who does the singing voice for Scar in The Lion King after Jeremy Irons blew out his voice while singing the first verse of Be Prepared.
Oh, wow.
So they cut out Rasputin and they put in a
Ramin.
Yeah.
It's like a general.
I'm forgetting, was it Bolsheviks at the time?
Okay, Bolsheviks did exist, so did
but it was the Bolshevik Revolution. But I can't remember if
Yes.
at the point that the musical is set, if he's a Bolshevik soldier or if it's like a little bit after.
I think he's like a guy in the government.
Yeah, so he's a soldier. Basically, he's one of the, in the party that was against the royalty. And they decide that he is going to chase the person who's claiming that she's Anastasia, not knowing that she actually is, and then he finds out she is, and there's drama and stuff. But they also tried to make it a love story, which I have thoughts about. So we're going to get there after other people give their opinions on the movie and or musical. And when I say and or, you can talk about the differences between the two, whether or not you really miss In the Dark of the Night from the movie, or whether you think that moving Journey to the Past to like the climactic song like Defying Gravity is, and all the other showstoppers in every other show, is in the proper place versus it being at the very start of the movie, basically, aside from the amazing introduction, which is A Rumor in St. Petersburg. So someone start. It doesn't have to be in alphabetical order anymore. That was just so we could all get out our info.
Yeah, I can start because I guess I didn't tell you guys this, but Anastasia was like my all-time favorite kids movie. Like that would be the one I would watch on my VHS on repeat. And my parents hated me because as soon as we stopped watching it, I'd be like, okay, again.
That was me with The Lion King. Yeah. My grandma apparently watched it with me over 100 times, and I used to make my mom lift me up like Simba. So my whole family knows that The Lion King is very near and dear to my heart. But I was trying to mention other musicals.
Yeah.
So you were obsessed with the movie.
Yeah, I was obsessed with the movie, and Dimitri was one of my first childhood crushes, movie crushes.
He's so hot.
I know. And it was just something that I just grew up watching, and I got really attached to the story and the characters. And then I did actually go see the stage production in Hartford as soon as I heard it was coming out.
I only saw a slime tutorial of that one. I saw it on Broadway, but I saw the slime tutorial of Hartford.
I saw it in Hartford too.
You did?
Were we there on the same day?
I forgot exactly what day it was, but yeah, it's kind of that kind of has special memories for me too, because I guess it was the original cast who did the Broadway later, but I wasn't sure if they were going to actually go on Broadway because they were kind of just testing it out at Hartford. So I have to see it now. And it was kind of one of the last things that I did with my family before my parents got divorced too. So that was kind of a big deal for us. But
I would assume so. That's
family. But also, I'm not sure if this was in the Broadway one, but the stage at Hartford was really unique and really cool because it would rotate in a really interesting way, and that's how they would change sets. Yeah,
Broadway did that too.
They did. Okay, great.
Yeah,
I'm so glad.
Sorry, I'm really excited about turntables.
Yeah, it was so cool.
We can talk about it in Hamilton, Hadestown, Lion King, even though that's slightly different because Pride Rock comes out of it. I spend way too much time thinking about the mechanics of how things work, not just who plays the stuff and the songs and the lyrics. So I promise not to monopolize the conversation. So
you said you were the backstage person for a few productions, right? So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was stage crew all through high school. So every time something's going on, I want to make sure watching
it's all smooth.
Watching Wicked, and they have to tie her to the thing, and she's got to raise up. I'm like, they better get her on. I'm I pay attention to the weirdest thing.
She hooks. Okay, so the thing is that there was a interview. I don't. Was it the Today Show? I feel like it's always the Today Show or Good Morning America that does the Broadway stuff. But she walks onto a platform. Mm-hmm. She hooks herself in with when the lights are obscuring her. There's kind of there's a round thing, and it's basically a metal circle, kind of like what you see Taylor Swift on, and Kanye and all those people at their concerts when they're over the crowd. So it's that, but it's completely it's covered in fabric, so that when it raises, you don't see. And then the lighting, you don't actually see it unless you know what to look for.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So cool. But yeah, I really loved all of those songs. And I don't think I had an issue with the placement of like Journey to the Past. It was surprising for sure. But I don't think I was like, oh no, like why'd they mess it up like this? Like why'd they do it? And yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts about like the relationship stuff because I don't know, maybe it's been a while since I've seen the movie, but it just felt like a very typical like enemies to lovers sort of situation to me, which I don't know. I know some people are more into it than others, but I'm pretty into it. Yeah.
I'm just glad that they kept like the majority of the songs from the Hartford stage one, well, from the movie and then the Hartford stage one and then to Broadway, because like Dimitri's song, I love that one. And then like I know it might be like unpopular. Yeah.
Which one's his?
Like the
I grew up on the sly, and he's talking about like how he was a criminal basically, but it's how much he loves the city and like he's never really gonna leave it.
Yeah.
I also like that the new song that they added that they sang together. I think it's called
In a Crowd of Thousands.
Yeah. It's just like, oh my gosh, this is so cute.
That one always kills me. I would have loved that. I would have loved to sing that in college with my scene partner. It was gonna be awesome.
Aww.
We didn't get to do it, but it's okay.
I need to hear that one now.
You do. It's so
it's
from me.
There's a YouTube of them recording it in the studio.
Ooh.
I mean, you can obviously listen to the soundtrack.
And what's that one called?
In a Crowd of Thousands.
You might tear up a little.
I like crying.
If you saw them, actually, you know what? I'm not going to spoil what happens in that because that is something that
just let them walk straight into the landmine. There's an emotional landmine just for you, and it's called In a Crowd of Thousands. Go for it.
It's great.
I don't know if it's a emotional landmine. It's more like mind blown type of moment.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a pretty big spoiler.
And it's different than the movie, so.
But not really though.
I mean, it accomplishes the same thing, but it is different. So I am gonna on what it is.
It's so good.
So good. And I also like Rasputin's song, like more as I got older, because like just the absurdity of it.
In the dark of the night.
In the dark of the night.
Yeah.
Oh, and did anyone like the little bat thing? I forgot his name.
Bartok? Bartok, yeah.
Yeah.
They had a Bartok? Oh.
No, not in the musical.
Not in the movie.
Oh, okay.
In the movie.
In the movie.
But he's so cute in the movie. He's like the bad guy's sidekick, like animal, and he's just like kind of on board with being bad, but also like not good at it.
Derpy, it's awesome.
Yeah, he's so cute.
I think like Anastasia was one of the first like non-Disney movies that I fell in love with, and it was like a little bit later, so like it wasn't one of the ones that was like in my repertoire when I was younger. So then like my sister and I watch it, we're like, oh my god, where has this been? Like we missed it. Like we could have been watching this over and over again. And
a lot of people thought that she was a Disney princess, and there were YouTube videos of like people that are not actually Disney characters, and then Disney bought Fox, so now she is a Disney princess, as is Princess Leia.
That's the whole
General
like, Don Bluth versus the old guard at Disney.
Yeah.
Like
okay. Oh, speaking of that, okay. So the singing voice for Anastasia is Liz Callaway, who is a Broadway legend. According to my mom, I only know her as the voice of Anastasia and the voice of Odette in Swan Princess, which was Don Bluth's company after he left Disney to compete. So that was also really good.
I've never seen it.
And the 25th anniversary was 2 years ago. or something. It's on YouTube. So if you look it up, she and the guy who did the original voice for the prince, who did his own singing, and she voiced Odette speaking and singing, which is really rare for her. They sang
That's awesome.
love song, so that was really cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's your homework, Hayley. Watch Swan Princess. It's so cute.
Yes.
The villain
accept
song in
it.
that was good.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yes.
That's true.
All the villains in Dawn Blue stuff are definitely like people you're like, oh no, that you don't want to be the villain, but you're like, how did you get this far? How
Literally.
did you get this far being this obviously terrible?
Yeah.
Is the
okay,
swan?
to be fair, Rothbard got banished. So it's not like they're like, oh, we had no idea you were evil.
Well, like, no, I am thinking of like Thumbelina. That's another Dawn Bluth from the 90s.
Okay, that one was traumatizing. Let's
And
not
yeah,
talk
yeah, and I'm
about
like,
that.
how did you get this far? How did you not? How did other people not notice what a terrible monster you and your mother are? Anyway, so
Thumbelina still. Ugh.
Oh,
I know.
I watched that kind of recently, and I was surprised, like, what a horrible role model she is for like girls everywhere. It's so sad.
Is
you
the
know,
swan?
I love Dawn Bluth animation though. So I would watch, the scene from Xanadu just for the Dawn Bluth animated section. Because I loved when they're dancing. Like, you can tell they definitely lifted it from Thumbelina. Like, they were working on both projects apparently at the same time. And it's very obvious.
Oh, no.
And so seeing them dance through it, I'm like, yes, they made Xanadu pay for the rotoscoping for Thumbelina for that dance scene. Fantastic. Let's see it. Because Don Bluth definitely was, since he was from Disney, was not above doing essentially plagiarism of their own animation. So, like, you'll see that in, like, Robin Hood from the 70s, the Disney cartoon. You see where they reuse certain things because
From Jungle Book or Jungle
yeah,
Book
when the
after Robin
princess is
Hood.
dancing at the little party, that is the same animation they used for her as Aristocats used when they're doing the dancing.
Oh, wow.
And
So,
Belle-
yeah, Don
Belle
Bluth came
and
out of all of that.
Belle and Prince Adam dancing at the end of Beauty and the Beast is copied from Prince Philip and Aurora at the end of Sleeping Beauty. There's a whole YouTube video where it's like, Disney doesn't have any new ideas, and it just shows them like,
Yeah, no,
copying
Disney,
their own
like,
animation.
that was normal. That's
Yeah,
what
it was a callback. It was kind of cool especially for someone like me who got to see the old ones and then I'm going to say new ones. It was new when I was a kid.
it was new to me.
I was like, oh, that's so cool. Yeah, so the kids didn't mind.
No, why would they care?
Crow, I see your comment. I'm not putting it up on screen.
Good for you, Sarah. Good for you
said
setting
it,
those boundaries.
Sarah. Nobody was thinking it. And then once you said it, though, now it's going to be an everybody.
Is Swan Prince the Swan Princess? The one.
Ignore
with
the
meme?
sequel. Ignore the 3D monstrosity that they've been doing. Ignore the TV show that was 2D before the 3D monstrosity. The first one. That's it.
Okay, but like, is it the one with the meme where the guy goes, "What did you say to her?" and then the prince goes, like something,
I
and then
already
the
know
guy
what else.
goes,
It is.
like, how
It
is like you should write a book, how to lose a girl in 10 words or less. That's it. That's the
Yeah, because he's
That's
like,
it.
what else is there?
What else is
That's
there?
the best line.
What else is there?
It's so sad.
But also, can we just appreciate that the king in the Swan Princess doesn't force his daughter to marry him? Like,
Yeah.
good parenting.
Yes, there we
You're
go.
Trying to like encourage it like throughout the
Healthy
years,
kids.
even though it didn't work or kind of worked. I don't know.
That was a great intro, though.
I
that
love that
number.
intro.
Haley, I think you're gonna like it.
Ooh, okay.
It's
That was
kind of
another,
like
like-
an Into the Woods introduction, but
It's
not.
from next door.
So fun.
Sorry.
You'll understand what I mean when you watch it. I'm surprised no one mentioned Into the Woods. We will get there, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
I was thinking about that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it.
The musical
I
itself
feel
or the
like-
movie adaptation?
I've only seen the movie adaptation, so that's all.
I have only ever
the
seen
opinions I have.
production of the first half of Into Woods because down here apparently they never do the second half. I don't know why.
Okay. For people
It's
who
weird.
don't know, Into the Woods was James Lapine and Stephen Sondheim. Stephen Sondheim is known for like the wordiest words ever, and then he said something about Lin-Manuel having more words than him because, I mean, Lin like rap, so like not surprised, but he also said that Lin was a genius and Lin about died. So James Lapine and Stephen Sondheim were like, oh, fairy tales are so interesting. You know what we're going to do? We're going to mash a bunch of them together, but instead of just doing the happily ever after, the second act is going to be everything unravels. And when school productions do it, they normally only do the first half, which misses the point of the show.
No. My university would only do the first half. And we have apparently supposedly an award-winning theater department that people come and get their masters and doctorates at. And they're like, we're only doing the first half. I'm like,
the best music is in the second half anyway. So
what school? What school? So we can dox them.
Yeah, and so I think that might be where it loses me.
I'm very tempted to tell you.
It starts out great, and I think I like the very end, but there's this like long part that's like, oh, this is getting kind of boring.
So the thing is that the movie cut out a lot of the. How long is this? Part in the middle.
Like the dad song. Who was the dad?
I know that was, and then like all the reprises of agony. It's like we got it. We got it the first time.
Yeah, we don't.
I did enjoy that.
It's a lot of agony to hear the song "Agony" reprised again and again.
No, there was an hour-long essay, a video essay that I watched about like why the movie doesn't do the musical justice because it's too serious and it cuts out all the satire. And I'm like, but it makes a better story. So if you've only seen the movie, this is one of the few instances where I'm like, you don't need to see the stage production.
Yeah, I've only seen the movie and the first half of the stage production multiple times.
Well, I mean, Bernadette Peters is like the best witch ever, and you're never.
I love Bernadette Peters,
but that's just because it's Bernadette Peters.
Bernadette Peters, she's amazing. She was amazing in the Muppet Show. Okay, like there's no.
Oh, the Muppets! I totally forgot about them. The Muppets are my fourth favorite musical.
Oh yeah,
the original one or one of the others?
All.
Like,
no, I'm kidding.
Last night, to the Muppets Take Manhattan. So I'm just saying.
No. I gotta say, it's a Muppets.
Was that the one that
Christmas
had moving right along? I can't remember. Oh my gosh, it's been.
Yeah, that's the original one. We're moving right along.
Original?
Like, why? Yes, I did grow up on this. Okay, so anyway, what do you need to know about Muppet movies? I'm here to help. And the Muppet Show.
Yes.
I don't ask, but through fantastic work of early internet, I actually have all 5 seasons of the Muppet Show. So even though they've never released the last 2 seasons, because once upon a time, Brian Henson got real pissed and put it on the internet for several years, and we downloaded it back then.
Good for
back
Brian.
When the internet was young and unchartered.
Do whatever.
Do what we wanted to do. That's what we did. So yeah, that's how we ended up.
What musical do we want to tackle next?
The Muppets.
Okay, I haven't seen that, so I haven't seen it.
Missed out. You missed out on a plethora of.
I mean, I listen to the Muppets Christmas album every single Christmas.
Well, yes.
So I have that.
It's probably one of my favorite Christmas carols.
Aww.
Oh my gosh, it is so good, and it makes me cry every time. And I don't know. I'm like, I know.
I personally think the Muppets Christmas Carol is the finest version of a Christmas Carol production to this day, and I have watched all of them that there's recordings of.
Glory, you and I need to talk, but also you guys have activated my Charles Dickens knowledge. I also watched every single Christmas Carol in existence, and did you guys know that A Muppet Christmas Carol is the one that's closest to Charles Dickens' text?
Wow.
Out of Yeah.
The costume designs, interestingly enough, in the Muppet Christmas Carol is some of the most accurate of any production ever recorded
Ooh.
of any kind.
Haley's enthusiasm for Charles
Movie.
Dickens, her camera couldn't handle it. So.
Just
Yeah.
that, Haley. But yeah, like every time I would watch that movie when I was like a teenager and loved it, I would go, that's a really amazing line from A Muppet Christmas Carol. I look it up. No, that was actually Dickens. Why would you cut out these amazing one-liners from the original, you know, when you're making a movie? Why are they cutting them all out?
Well, it's like the Baz Luhrmann Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes.
Yeah.
There are things lifted right from,
Yes.
like it's the closest to Shakespeare's.
I love, if we're going to talk about that a little bit, like I love when it's like, do you bite your thumb at me, sir? No, sir, I do not bite my thumb at thee. I bite my thumb. Like, I love that whole interchange as they are going back and forth. It is so realistic. It's so accurate. I've actually seen similar kind of interplay by people who are in gangs at each other at gas stations going, is this recorded? What is happening? What am I in? And Tom's like, just get in the car. I saw guns. Like, okay.
That's great.
Okay,
I'm like, and we're driving away, and I'm like, there's no way they could have seen even Baz Luhrmann's version, surely. Like, they're not cosplaying out in the streets, right? And I'm like, I don't care, we're driving.
Okay, we're talking about Romeo and Juliet, which means West Side Story.
Yes.
So, who's seen the trailer for the new one? Who's seen the old one? Who has seen a stage production?
I mean, we're still essentially talking about Sondheim, aren't we?
I haven't seen any of them, but
Like, I've seen the original.
I think I've seen the original. I'm like, I know
I haven't watched
I know
the
the
trailer
song.
of the new one just because, like, you know, I don't want to get excited till I can actually watch it, but I'm still going to watch it because it looks like if it's high production value and nobody's warning me about cat bottoms, then I definitely am going to watch it.
We're not going to talk about the atrocity of the recent C movie. We can
Thank
talk
you.
about the filmed stage production of that if we want.
I'm just saying, like if they're not, like, I'm going to wait till I'm closer to it to get excited about it, just in case it turns out there's something just really bizarre that's going to turn me off of it.
Like with cats.
Like, you know, like body parts on furry outfits.
Veto.
When does
That's as far as I'm going on that. I'm like, that's just, okay, never, I'm good.
When does the new West Side Story come out?
I think Christmas, right?
December.
Okay.
I'll tell you what,
I have
I'm
a
excited
friend.
about.
I have my friend who's in the New York City Ballet. He's the one who starts the knife fight, so that's fun.
Oh, iconic. I did see the original, and I was in that musical my senior year, and I really liked that one too because my boyfriend was in it with me, so we got to like practice the dancing together because we were both sharp. So it was fun.
The internet is currently claiming December 10th, 2021 for the new
That
one.
was later.
As said, like, you know what? They're going to keep changing that date till they find the right, you know.
I feel like that's when
Listen to the internet.
Spider-Man comes out. So, like, they're going to have competition.
Ooh.
Got to get that
Speaking
Christmas
of
money.
Spider-Man,
Yeah,
the musical.
I was gonna say, is there singing in this Spider-Man?
I mean,
Well,
we never
no,
know.
that's funny
Are
that
you
you
not
know.
familiar with Turn Off the
We
Dark?
know Tom Holland can sing. And Billy
Oh,
Elliot.
yeah.
And dance.
Well, yeah, we know he can dance and do gymnastics and parkour and all these other things because that was his only, like, those were all of his audition videos.
And I think Zendaya sings and dances too. This could be
She
a thing.
does.
Haley, who do we need to contact? to make this happen?
Zendaya in The
Zendaya,
Greatest
yes,
Showman.
Zendaya.
Oh my
She did so
gosh.
well.
Well, I don't want to bring any curses on us, but there was a Spider-Man musical called Turn Off the Dark, and all the actors who played Spider-Man, and Zarek, correct me if I'm wrong, because I feel like you would know way more about this than I do,
I do.
because it was like a long time ago, or well, not a long time ago, but like
Long enough.
yeah.
It was a while
Yeah.
ago. It wasn't like yesterday.
Yeah. But like literally all the actors who played Spider-Man like fell and they got hurt.
Like-
and like on
like
stage
that.
All of them
during
but
the
the
show.
first one, who was Reeve Carney. And Reeve Carney is Odysseus in
Hades
Town,
Town.
and the actor who plays Hades is Patrick Page, and he played the Green Goblin. And so they reunited in Hades Town, but the songwriter for Hades Town has them singing at opposite ends of the octave. So she has Odysseus singing very high and Hades singing very deep. So they're like moving to the extremes of their range. So yeah, they're still at each other's throats, but you know, when Hades says, I'm going to count to 3 and then I'm going to send you to the great beyond, that's a lot scarier than, you know, the Green Goblin. But Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark was directed by Julie Taymor, who directed The Lion King.
And also Across the Universe, which is a musical that I surprisingly really enjoyed. And when my mother was alive, it drove her insane. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
She hated the rearrangements from the Beatles stuff. And I'm like, aha.
But so with Disney doing The Lion King, obviously there's a huge budget. Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, really high budget overruns, which was a pun that Neil Patrick Harris did in his Tony Award opening for that year. So yeah, Reeve Carney was the only one who didn't badly injure himself. He left before that all started.
Yeah, didn't The Simpsons make a joke about an assisted living home for Spider-Man from Turn Off the Dark?
They did.
And they're all like in full body casts and things out front, trying to get fresh air. Like
what was happening? Were they trying to do like the Spider-Man stunts?
Yeah.
Yes, and apparently did not have good technical people to actually make sure people were safe.
Didn't have the cinching thing.
Yeah, they didn't.
Unlike when they literally had
was not
Kathy Rigby
present.
flying over the audience when I was a kid.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, Kathy Rigby was an Olympic gymnast, and she could do all her stunts and make it look like she's actually flying, even though, like, if you know what to look for, you see wires, like clear, but they're wires all the same. But there are times where she's not wearing wires and she's doing all this stuff, especially in I'm Flying. There's a part where she's standing on the furniture, and that's when she hooks in. But when she's like doing cartwheels on the bed and on the furniture and stuff, she's not hooked into anything. I took my babysitter's daughter, who is now 16, I think. Anyway, she was like a little sister to me, and my mom and I took her, and because it had returned to Madison Square Garden, and Kathy Rigby was Peter Pan again, which we never thought was going to happen. Just as magical. They had to lower all of her songs. Her voice isn't as high anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But her acrobatics, top notch.
Good for her. Good for her. I'm glad she's still doing amazing stuff like that. Spider-Man, on the other hand.
They could have asked Kathy Rigby.
She would have been amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am here for Kathy Rigby as Spider-Man, and I don't care if she's 90. I'm still here for Kathy Rigby. She was still doing an amazing job. I don't care.
She was also the Cat in the Hat when I saw Seussical, which was written by the same team that did Anastasia.
Stephen Flaherty and Lynn Ahrens. I love that.
Yeah.
My uncle actually went to like a musical theater workshop with them, which is pretty cool. So 6 degrees of separation. And wait till I tell you all about the Frozen team. But sorry.
I met Bobby and why am I blanking on his wife's name?
Kristen.
Thank you. I met them they were watching the show the
What
night
show?
I was there. They were at Frozen on Broadway the night I was there, so I got a picture with them.
Oh my god.
What? That's
Wait,
awesome.
that's amazing. I was just gonna say my uncle also went to a workshop with them. So Zara, you've got me beat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, no, I live in the boonies. Nobody comes here. I meet nobody famous.
Where do you live?
Nothing happens.
But you get all the tours.
Okay, I live in the boonies as well, in another part of the South. And the highlight of musical theater that I have personally watched live,
Oklahoma.
I don't know why that was so funny.
No. Okay. Was it when I went to a musical production of 1776 and the dentist who was playing Ben Franklin fell asleep on stage for 20 minutes and they just couldn't wake him up, so they just left him there while they continued doing the show? No, that's not the one. Let's see. What is the highlight? Okay.
So was that an early workshop for the Drowsy Chaperone?
Oh, that was just a whole bunch of Episcopalians and Catholics who got together to do the Just Over the Rainbow Theater. And they did yearly musicals, and Ben Franklin was just really tired, okay?
I mean, being
Really?
the only
Respect.
really scientific and forward-thinking one of the
He's just super tired. He'd
brothers,
been
I'd be
dentist
exhausted
all
too.
day.
Mhm.
He retired the next year. Anyway, so maybe it was when the other university, not the one I went to, but the other one in town, did a summer production of what was that? Remember that little ABC little interstitials like Conjunction Junction and
School of Rock. Wait.
yeah,
Schoolhouse
School Rock.
Rock?
House Rock.
They
Schoolhouse
did
Rock,
a
yeah.
Schoolhouse Rock
I'm
before
just a
there
Bill.
was a real production. Like, I'm like, wait, was this the previews? And it was all over the place, and they did it as dinner theater, y'all. So imagine 80 people all trying to eat dinner in a basement while young people dance around them and between the little spaces because they put way too many tables in there. And they're just singing Schoolhouse Rock songs, and all the old people are like, these are such great new original songs. I can't believe they came here. And it's like, okay. But no, I think that my favorite musical production I've ever seen in my boonies was, I was invited to this, and it was a free production, again, at that other university. And it was called An Evening with Patti LuPone. And I'm like, I don't know who's a cousin of Patti LuPone, but I am here for this. So we go. There's the piano. There's the piano at the opposite end of just a room, like one of those gathering rooms they would have, where they would, have a little cocktail party. And there's everybody sits down, and the person who's organizing it, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but he's like, I'm so sorry, Patty is late, but she has asked me in the meantime to sing some of her songs till she arrives. And that was literally the whole evening, y'all, as he kept, it took me halfway through the intermission to realize this was the point of the show, is Patti LuPone is not showing up, and he's singing all of Patti LuPone's songs, and it's fantastic.
Oh,
That's
And
amazing.
and this was like his entire little creation. I had no idea. Nobody had any idea. It was amazing. We were like,
Damn.
why is this not on Broadway?
Respect to his.
And it was
his
just,
role.
him and a grand piano and the pianist.
That's
They're playing-
bold.
And doing this whole drama as Patty is stuck in traffic. And then and there's every 2 songs, there's an update on what is delaying Miss LuPone.
I love that. That's so creative.
It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. And there was even refreshments for everyone to meet Patti LuPone. And when Patti LuPone didn't show up, we all just ate and talked, and there were still people going, it's such a shame Miss LuPone couldn't make it, but her nephew is so talented. And I'm like, oh God.
Yeah,
I love
he
this
is.
guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the best we've ever had here in the boonies. Instead of getting Wicked touring through, they don't come, or anything else. Nobody comes, no touring.
The cost to tour Wicked is they need to know that they can recoup that baby.
Mhm.
And I mean, I understand. But it's just, these big productions, they don't come through. Even scaled down versions, they don't come. The closest you could get is New Orleans, and even then you can't get tickets because the people in town know how to get tickets, and they still are throwing them at these really small theaters like the Sanger. The Sanger in New Orleans for New Orleans is quite small. They need to be actually doing, these enormous stadium ones, and they're not doing it in New Orleans, so there's really no options for regular people. Because again, when Wicked went to New Orleans, it was $125 for the cheap seats and $180 for the regular seats. And even then, they were saying that this would be
for the regular seats.
they said it was going to be a pared down production. So they were throwing out, they weren't going to perform 4 songs, and like they told you ahead of time. And I was like, I'm paying $125 and I'm not even going to get all the good songs, because they did tell you on their website which songs they would not be performing.
Oh.
And
Which ones?
And that's going
Okay,
to
did
New
they
Orleans?
skip The Wizard and I, Defying
they
Gravity?
skipped 2 of the
They
really
better
big
not.
deal songs
Yeah,
that actually moved the
Gravity.
story forward. I knew people who went to see it and they were like, I didn't understand what was happening. I had to go look it up online. And it was because 2 of the songs actually moved the story forward, so it didn't make sense without it.
Oh my
My
god.
cousin had gotten tickets to see Wicked, and no, you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead. She misread the ticket. It was her fault. She showed up at the wrong time at intermission and didn't understand any of it. So when my mom and I are talking about how much we loved it, she's like, "Oh, I hated it," and we're like, "No, you don't. You just had a bad experience." And she boycotted it for the rest of her life. And we're like,
No.
Versus I originally was introduced to Wicked. How old am I? I found it on one of those file sharing websites, the song Popular.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what is this amazing song? I literally made people come to my house and listen to this song. And this was like 2000, 2001, something like that. And I was like,
it opened
what is
in
this from?
2003 on Broadway.
It didn't even, no, this was actually, I looked it up, and they did a recording before they actually opened on Broadway.
No, I know, because they had a production in San Francisco.
Okay, so yeah, and it was like, this is the most amazing song, but Popular in the file sharing didn't say it was from Wicked. There's this amazing song, and you all have to listen. This is exactly what high school is. And somebody has finally composed it, but the internet was still young, and I couldn't find out till like I accidentally saw a documentary about the Wicked production on Broadway. And that's how I knew to go read the book.
The book is so different from the musical, let me tell you.
So much more sex.
Popular was actually the first song that I heard too, and it was one of my friends who actually is getting into the writer community and like Instagram and stuff, and which is fun to come full circle. But she sang Popular at a one of like talent shows my senior year in high school. So that was like 2005. And I was like, this song is awesome. What is it? And that's how I like got into it.
Yeah. And then like after that, I found on file sharing Defying Gravity. And it was like, and I was just started going through a terrible divorce while mom had pancreatic cancer. And so it was like, yes, that was also became a ringtone for me. Because yes, I need to defy gravity. I need to fly away from y'all. You know? Not y'all.
Yeah.
My life back then.
No, specifically us.
No, not specifically you. Hayley, no.
But the song Popular, I love it, of course, and Kristen Chenoweth, love her.
Yeah.
But there is a song in Seussical, which was before. So I think Seussical was 2000, maybe, if I remember correctly. Again, I haven't looked at my script in a while. There's a song called Amazing Maisie, and Seussical is like the Dr. Seuss universe, multiverse type of thing. It's all combined. And she's basically singing Popular before Popular was a thing. And the very end where the note goes up at the end, she's like holding it. I was like, did Steven Schwartz nick it? Did he? Like, I don't know. But then if we want to talk about people nicking stuff, Alex Lacamoire, who is the music director of In the Heights, Hamilton, and Dear Evan Hansen. I'm not going to talk about the movie because I have nothing to say. Hayley probably has a lot to say. So if other people want to talk about it when I'm done with this, we can. But he took over as like the music director when the original guy left the production of Wicked. And at the start of Waving Through a Window, the music intro, the chords, it's the exact same as the start to The Wizard and I. When the sets are moving and it's like she's like out, she's not in her dorm anymore, and she's like just standing there about to belt her heart out about how much she wants to be accepted.
Yeah, I going back to Wicked real quick because it's like Wicked's probably one of my top 3 of current, not from when I was a child, but I also heard the songs first too, and I loved For Good. I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. What is this? What is this? And then I was like, oh, it's a whole musical. Oh, it's a whole book. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, Wicked's just it's one of my favorites. And if you haven't heard, oh my gosh, Kristen Chenoweth and
Idina Menzel, who's
Idina, when
Elsa.
they sing, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was how I
Oh my
got
God.
introduced to Kristen Chenoweth. Was through the Wicked soundtrack,
Uh-huh.
and then after that, Pushing Daisies, whatever that show was.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Pushing Daisies.
and that's how I even accidentally found Kristen Chenoweth's song "Taylor the Latte Boy," which I have sung for a decade.
Have you seen her in Charlie Brown?
I have not.
Oh my God, that's like what made her famous.
I did not know.
Theater.
Wow. Yeah, that was. I mean, I could understand. I mean, just so tiny.
I was
It's like a pocket singer. You just pull her out, and there you go. There she is. She's ready.
In the Apple show.
Her Easy Street and Annie is one of my favorites too.
Yes.
Kristen Chenoweth.
I just love her voice.
Yeah, I love her voice.
And I don't say that about a lot of singers. It's not that I hate a lot of people's voice. I don't. It's just it's rare for someone to really have both a beautiful voice, but it's also distinctive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not. There's so many singers that they all kind of sound interchangeable to a certain degree, and I find that off-putting. Most people when they talk, they don't sound interchangeable. At least not to me.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it when you sing, it's because you've trained your voice to sound like everyone else? Well, honey, if I wanted everyone else, I could go find everyone else. I want you.
Exactly.
Kristen Chenoweth. Oh, sorry.
You go.
Well, just I watched the Apple TV show Schmigadoon.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really, really funny. But Kristen Chenoweth as the
bad guy.
Yeah.
Huh?
She was so
Oh,
funny.
yeah, bad guy in Descendants.
18-page patter song. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Clip.
Yeah,
Because I mean, I grew up on Music Man.
I'm gonna have to get Apple TV just to see it. I saw little promos of it, and I'm like, oh, that looks so good. Now I've got it.
I have obsessively watched that show. I'm just not going to tell you how many times.
She played the villain in the first Descendants film. She played Dove Cameron's mom.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. And then they were in Hairspray Live as the Von Tussles.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I think it was in that order.
Yeah.
But when everyone loves Popular, which is great, but I love her when she sings Thank Goodness because it actually shows depth from her as a character, and I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah. She's not just a pretty voice. She actually
she's not. Act. I love it. I love her acting and that she knows who she is, and she's gonna give you all of that.
There is only
I enjoyed her in Glee.
There is only one other actress who has played Glinda, and I'm not going to say how many times I've seen her because everyone's going to think I'm crazy.
Do it.
There's only one actress who has played Glinda who I've seen aside, and I didn't ever see Kristen. I only saw recordings of her, who I think gets the bubbly and the pathos in the same mixture as Kristen. Most people lean one way or the other. But I did meet Megan Hilty and Eden Espinosa because I went there for my 9th birthday, and I had a friend who played Bach. Who
awesome.
I'm not going to say really because that's a thing in the show. But yeah, so I met them. So Megan Hilty was in Smash, and Eden Espinosa has basically followed in Idina Menzel's footsteps. So she played Maureen in the final cast of Rent, which was filmed in which another friend of mine was the waiter in La Vie Boheme. And had been the understudy for Angel in that production, but wasn't recorded doing that. And yeah, so I met them, and I have like signed photos from them, and I just.
Oh my gosh.
That's
There's so
so
many
amazing.
connections. It's awesome.
All from
Sarah, you're
Xanadu. They
local.
just went on to do amazing things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Glee was actually one of the cultural milestones that I missed out on. I just like wasn't into Glee. I'm so sorry, everybody, but
But
I
went off
won't.
the rails at some point, so I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, like I only stuck around really for the first season, and ditto for the soundtrack. I enjoyed the
I
first season.
really was just listening to the soundtracks.
I think I watched the first
matchup
3
and the remakes of the song. I didn't really watch the shows, but I did enjoy the remakes of the songs and the mashups.
I watched the show until they went off to college, and like I watched a few episodes of them at college, and then I watched the episode that was like in honor of Corey Monteith, which is the quarterback, which makes me cry. And they have an album for that. And my mom does not like the version of Fire and Rain that they do in that. She's like, it's too fast. But I really like that they sped up Valerie in their version.
Oh yeah.
Amy Winehouse is amazing, but it just feels so slow in comparison to like the fire that Santana gave it. Rest in peace, Naya Rivera.
Yeah. Oh my God. That reminds me of how tragic it all. Because every time you mention a name, you gotta like say rest in peace. Or something.
Yeah, rest in peace, Corey Monteith. Rest in peace, the actor who played Puck.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Him too. Oh my God.
Like, it's something.
It's messed. There's a clip of like every character predicting their own death in Glee, and I'm like,
Oh,
that's too dark.
Seriously?
Oh my God.
Oh no, I did not. I've not come across that.
No.
Oh, it's like, it's like when The Simpsons predicted 9/11.
Yeah.
Oh,
I will say, like, the first season of Glee soundtrack definitely helped me cope with my, imminent divorce. Like, that was where Tom introduced me. We would go driving, and he would make these playlists, and it would have, like, first season of Glee. That's where he introduced me to Mika and Fall Out Boy and Panic at the Disco and My Chemical Romance. And that, to me, is, like, the sounds of my divorce. And singing along to them in the car loudly with all the windows down in the country. But, I mean, that's what we love about musicals in general, is they're so singable. As well as, when we can relate to them in some way. When they're like, well, I'll never be, a possible princess in a Russian monarchy. But
mermaid.
I can feel the feels. Relatable.
A magic carpet.
That's true.
Yeah, I may never get a magic carpet, y'all. So far,
my friend was Aladdin on Broadway for a few years, and I begged him to tell me how the magic carpet works. He's like, nah, and I'm like,
what? He didn't tell you?
Oh my God.
Why?
He's Asian, so he looks exactly the same, and he's like, oh my God, you've grown up, and I'm like, well, yeah, I was 6 the last time you saw me. I was like 22 when I saw him on Broadway.
Not gonna lie, I really thought you were gonna say my friend played the magic carpet.
That's the secret.
I have a happier fact about Glee, but I won't go into it because then I'll be talking about The Flash and Supergirl for hours, and I don't want to derail.
I can think of a depressing fact that links that connects Supergirl and Glee.
Wait, Zara? No.
Do you know what it is, or are you just shocked?
No, I was just gonna say Grant Gustin, who plays Barry Allen, and then Melissa Benoist, who plays Kara, were both in Glee, and then they're now in the Arrowverse. And then they did a musical episode, and it's the best musical episode on television. And I'm not just saying that because I like The Flash. Y'all can fight me.
But she married the guy who was like the new Finn, and it turns out that he was abusive, and then she broke up with him, and then she married that actor who played her love interest on Supergirl, and they've been married for like 3 years now, and they have a kid, and they're very, very happy.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Chris Wood, love him.
Yeah. He plays such
wasn't he the
asshole
guy
in
Vampire Diaries? Yeah. He was like the best villain, though. Kai.
But it's like every villain was a K. Kai, Klaus, Catherine.
Wow.
That's so silly.
But they were all the best ones.
They were snarky.
They were
And
so
they were
good.
just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill people. That's what I
That's
do.
what I'm here for.
There should be a Vampire Diaries like musical. I'd go watch it.
I don't know if I could
So I was like,
handle
no.
like a really sappy ballad from Stefan. I'm sorry. I don't know if I could sit through that.
Too many emotions.
What musicals would everybody have of like long running TV shows? Because I know Teen Wolf is gonna be a movie now.
I saw
Oh,
that.
this was
What
such
are
a
you
good
thinking?
musical episode. It makes me cry.
That's a really good question.
Love Buffy.
Have you seen the TikTok musical that they were trying to do with Bridgerton? Because I'd really love to see that be like a real musical.
Ratatouille.
I saw the
I saw that
Ratatouille
too.
one.
Me too.
And the actor who played Gusteau was Horton in Seussical, and he was the wizard in Wicked the last time I saw it. And I told him that I was like, oh, I remember it, because I had another friend who was playing Madame Morrible that time around, and I saw him as he was leaving. I was like, oh my god, I loved you in Seussical, and he's like, that was years ago.
He was also Teddy Roosevelt in Newsies on Broadway.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Kevin Chamberlain.
Yeah.
And then going back to Tumblr, his daughter was on Tumblr, and like in the Newsies Broadway fandom. So like, I don't know, it got to a point where like people were messaging her and were like, hey, does your dad know about this? Does your dad know about this? And she was like, yeah, he does. He thinks you're all crazy.
Like, stop bothering me.
Yeah. Oh, the Once Upon a Time musical?
Oh, yeah, that could be really cool.
It
As
was
an
an
episode or as a
episode.
whole musical?
I was thinking more the episode. I just really love the last song. Like, the actress who plays Regina isn't like a great
Lana
singer.
Parrilla.
Yes, thank you. But like, I don't know.
I have
I
all this
like it.
information up here, and I can't remember like what I did 2 days ago. Priority.
Man, hard relate.
Was there a musical episode in Angel? Because like I actually never watched Buffy, but I watched Angel because I got it in like a white elephant or whatever. So like, but I feel like maybe there was.
I remember the puppet episode of Angel.
I need to see now.
Because I used to watch Angel in the middle of the night when I had insomnia, and also because the intro is cello music, and I have a weakness for cellos.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know. I feel like I would like to see one from Merlin, because I feel like it'd be kind of like that medieval Arthurian time period, and seeing them.
Katie
like
McGrath in Supergirl.
Yes, I love her. Super Corbin game.
Someone said they want to see Tiger King as a musical.
Oh no!
Oh my god,
that would be so chaotic.
Did you guys see the Lucifer musical episode in season?
Yes, Thomas finally showed it to me. Yes, I have seen it.
Okay, I have mixed feelings because I think some of them were awesome, and some of them I was like, could have done without your cover.
Yeah. I feel like some of the actors are probably like, you know I can't sing. Please don't make
Tom
me
Ellis sings a lot in almost every episode. There's one episode where before like he's established that he's a singer in addition to playing the piano, which, spoiler alert, it's not actually him playing the piano. Tom Ellis can play guitar and can sing, but he can't play the piano.
What?
But anyway, he was singing karaoke.
It's like mind blown.
He was singing karaoke, like the whole crew or cast and crew, and like the producers were out before they like started filming or whatever, and he sang karaoke. So they're like, Lucifer has to sing. But anyway, there's one episode before he is established as singing where he's playing the piano and not singing, and then there's only one episode after where he's playing the piano and not singing, and it's like very telling that he's not in a good emotional state. But there are times when he sings a cover and I'm like, I love it. Other times I'm like, I'm okay. So for me, it's a toss-up. I love Tom Ellis, but like some of the songs I'm like,
Like when he took over I Will Survive, when the other person was someone else was supposed to be singing it. I think he was protecting like an actual singer, and he starts singing.
I remember, yeah.
I just started watching Lucifer. I'm on like episode 2 of like the second season.
When
Oh.
you reach season 3,
Everyone's
message me, because there are certain episodes you can just skip and save yourself the trouble.
Oh, tell me,
Okay.
because I started it because of you too, Zara, but I'm only on like episode 3 of season
I'm
1.
such a pusher. I'm like
You
musical
are.
theater, books,
Yeah,
and
I
TV
really,
shows.
I think I overall
Kobe.
enjoyed season
Yeah.
1, but they lost me halfway through season 2, and I was like, well, I'm
Really?
out.
Season 2 is like my favorite season.
I think it's season 2 where it was just it felt really strained, or else they were terrible actors, and I don't know.
No, that was season 3. Season
Oh well,
3.
then that must be it. Okay, then that's what happened.
Season 3 was the bad one.
They were
Okay,
in
and
such
it's the
like
one that got it
bad
canceled on Fox.
emoting.
And yeah, it got canceled on Fox after season 3, justifiably. But then everyone saved in 4, 5, and 6 are better. But the episodes you should skip in season 3 are Off the Record, Boo Normal, and
How do you know this off the top of your head?
it's something
says
like
Mountain.
Once Upon a Time.
Even I don't know like any
I
of
don't
the
know
Flash
episode
episodes.
names.
Yeah.
Wow.
Zara, you
I'm
are
trying
like
to think if there anything that
It is
I
called Once
love.
Upon a Time. Woo! I got all 3 for 3 by name in order.
Wow. I'm impressed.
I would just be like, don't watch the one where they go to like the place.
I'd be like the first one or something.
I know.
I don't remember
It's
them
the
by
one
episode.
where the
I don't
thing
remember them by
happened.
episode number, except I know that season 2, 11 through 15 are my favorite episodes, I think, of the whole show.
Which one?
I can't
What's
wait.
your favorite?
11 through 15 in season 2.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just binged it. I binged it because Zara kept talking about it. So then I started watching it, and then my husband started watching it, and then he passed me watching it. So I was like, oh, I better catch up with
Netflix
it.
Peter.
The Zara Hoffman
Exactly.
Encyclopedia.
Other people say that on AuthorTube, and I'm like, it's very topic specific.
No, it's everything.
It's good though. Zara, you have a niche and you know it. So yeah. Good.
You could have like a podcast that says Ask Zara. See it?
Exactly.
Right.
Podcast.
And we can
my
Google
God.
it just to make sure she's right, but we just want to ask Zara.
Maybe one day.
Because she'll have a special take on it. Because she'll be like, back when I was in 2nd grade, this, I'm like, yeah, you not only have the knowledge, but you have a story that goes with it. So
Like a special connection.
exactly.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
got
You'll know the exact date, time, seconds.
I bet you could write so many personal essays and they would like all be factually correct, but they would also have like a deep personal connection.
Yes, exactly. That's what
Maybe
would
I'll
make
write
it
a fun
special.
set of personal essays, because I have a set of really depressing personal essays set.
Yeah. Not that you like mine your life for personal essays, because I feel like that's become like over the top just in general. Like people shouldn't have to like pour their drama onto like a personal essay, you know. Sorry, was that
I love that. I love
that.
What'd you do? Do it again?
Anyways, musicals. Am I right?
Now, I'll tell you the musical I want to see that I haven't been able to because I can't find it anywhere.
Good question.
Is Back to the Future the musical?
Yeah.
Supposedly,
Yeah.
I don't know if they ever actually like because of the panini. I think like it didn't actually show in London, but I don't know. There was some, but like, where's my recording? At least let me sing along and figure out where I think all the songs go.
Yeah. They like
That's what I
did it-
desperately want. Like, as I grew up on that.
Art is Doc Brown.
I like when I was a little kid, one of the first times my parents took me to kids movies back in the 80s, they would have matinees on like Saturday, And there would be like a double feature. I don't know, Strawberry Shortcake, and then Care Bears after that. You know, where they would show these movies, and you get like the kiddie popcorn. But the first like nighttime movie I ever got to see with my parents, not really sneaked in, but like sneaked in, was Back to the Future. And like my father brought his big Arctic coat because he knew she's gonna fall asleep. And that was like the first one, and it was like, holy cow, this is the great. All right, y'all, I was 5, but it was.
Oh, I love it.
I love the music with it. I love the adventure. It's like it is perfect for a musical. Why have you guys not made that yet? People are making DeLoreans.
Okay. Roger Bart plays Doc Brown in it, according to the website. And he's the one who sang "Go the Distance" in Hercules the movie.
What an amazing voice! Yeah, it's like, where's this soundtrack? At least y'all could record that, something.
Yeah, I know that they did like a sneak peek at like the London theater "We're Back" party thing, sort of. I've never seen Back to the Future. Don't hate me, everybody.
I
know.
I've only seen the first 2.
If it makes you feel better, I haven't watched Anastasia the animated since the late 90s. I mean, does that help? Like, it's been over 20 years for me. How about that?
But
I have a certain.
I think it's the difference.
That makes all the difference.
My family talks in memes before memes were like a thing for the internet. Really was around, and so it was like you have to watch the movies and the TV shows to have conversations with my family. So I had to consume all the things that they're interested in order to be able to have conversations with other members of my family. Because I was always reading books, because I would read a book a day, because I speed read, and it helps me with my dyslexia. So, but they didn't read the books I was reading, mostly trashy novels, y'all, and occasionally trashy Victorian novels, because So, but they were all consuming movies and musicals and TV shows. So this is what, in order to have that vernacular. And that's why I had to watch all these movies.
Matilda, who's reading all the time while her family's watching the television. The musical Matilda was magical.
I mean,
magical.
Even before that, the movie, when it came out, my brother brought me a copy from Singapore. And I had never seen it before. I'd read the book, obviously. I cried the whole time I watched the movie by myself.
Okay, I want to say, tone-wise, so you have the book where there's like dark and humorous and some hope. The movie was like dark and humorous, and the musical was like hopeful and humorous. And I love all 3 differently, but there's one song called Quiet that Matilda sings, and I think you'd really like it, Glory, but it's basically she gets really overwhelmed by stuff, and then she like it literally goes silent, and she's singing, and this little girl with her little voice, and it's but like the feeling that you get, it's like, oh, I've been there. And
and I mean, like, I've loved Tim Minchin since he was, I think he actually had a bit on Evening at the Improv so long ago. I had TiVo, y'all.
Groundhog Day.
And he did a song where I never thought somebody could put the word bombastic into a song. And I recorded it and like made my brother figure out how can we download this off the TiVo, because I need his whole bit. So yeah, every Matilda song I ever got to come across by accident, almost every time I cry. I mean, it's like, yes, the Billy my chest is too tight, the tears come out. Because I mean, I did go to a boarding school. I did have to wear a uniform. I did have all of the stuff. There also, there may have been murders happening at my boarding school. It was a complicated time in Canada.
Oh my gosh.
Fun fact, there is a middle grade murder mystery series eventually that will come out. The first book is entirely outlined, y'all. Be sure to follow me if you're ever interested.
I mean, I could do without the transphobia in Matilda the musical, but like I really, really love all the songs. Just like I really wish that like musicals and like production teams could, like in a general thing, like would make different choices about like, and just like think more things through with like casting, like especially villains and stuff. And like we all know this for like general queerness, but like I feel like there's this trend like in musicals and like on Broadway and like stuff with like, because so the Trunchbull is played by a man, but like
Bertie Carvel.
she's
I didn't know because again, I've
but
never
like
seen a
she's
musical. I've just known the songs.
yeah, and like she's supposed to be a woman, so like I don't know who made that choice, like to
That's kind of
cast
cringy.
Bertie.
I find that because it's mocking women anyway. When you have that is like literally
they did it for
burlesque.
the broad shoulders and the fact that he's a very well-known comedic actor, and it was a name draw when it was in England, and he was so good they brought him over to America. But yeah, it's a cringy choice. Like
as if there's not broad-shouldered women available to play this.
Yeah,
I know.
Have you met?
No,
me?
I know.
Glory for Trunchbull.
I mean, I used to be an actual teacher, licensed and everything. So no.
Yeah, but I'm sure you were more like Miss Honey than Trunchbull.
Yeah, all of my former students have my P.O. box, and they do occasionally write to me. Like now, 15 years later, they're still writing to me and let me know they're like, they send me pictures of their babies they now have, because I used to teach 3rd and 6th grade.
So then it'll be a good thing if you have a musical written about you. A good thing.
I wouldn't be sad, but you know, I guess that's why I'm working on an opera right now as the librettist.
There you go.
Oh, I think I also saw Little Shop of Horrors when I was a kid.
Yeah,
like,
I remember that.
Yes.
I used to love that. I
Little
used
Shop.
to run around singing like Suddenly Seymour and stuff like that.
I've actually never
That was a
seen
fun
it.
one.
The only song I know is Little Shop of Horrors. And it's stuck in my head. And I have a friend who did the costumes he has done a lot of costumes for productions at the Ford's Theater, but not Big River.
As a kid, we had a VHS, like Dad had recorded it off HBO or something, you know, when they'd have those free weekends and stuff so long ago in the 80s. And I would get home from school sometimes and just pop in Little Shop of Horrors and fast forward it to Skid Row and sing that like 3 times in a row, where my siblings would also jump in. But it was just like, that was how I felt, was Skid Row. When you're down and out, you know, and that is what I love about musicals, is it is sort of like in Schmigadoon, you know, where they talk about like, well, when your feelings are too strong, you sing. And when they're too strong to sing, you dance.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a lot of like one of my real coping mechanisms, especially growing up, was
my favorite is when you're singing and dancing, or you're standing and belting.
Is to like sing out the feelings, dance out the feelings, dance along with the movie or, you know, recording, as a way to express it. Because like, especially when you're a kid or when the feelings are just too strong, you don't know how to process.
Would you jump up on the sofa while singing 16 going on 17?
Oh, I did a lot. And I definitely twirled and danced around several of my siblings, plus, you know, their friends if they came over. Everybody found it cringy. It was great.
Actors
another time I would sing to my kids a few of my favorite things. I'll even say it sometimes. Like in the Discord, I'll just type it in. Ooh, if someone says something I like, I'm like, oh, these are a few of my favorite things. Just things you remember from when you were a kid, and they stick with you. But I loved her. I loved her in Mary Poppins and in The Sound of Music.
Okay, I have a story about that I learned, but there's I'm blanking on the actress who played. Is her name Liesel? I know that's the main character.
The oldest daughter?
Yeah.
You mean the original, like the one who played it like in the movie or the production?
In the movie.
When
they were filming 16 going on 17, she actually had an injury on her ankle. So she has an ankle brace on. And
you can actually catch a little
piece of it.
Yeah.
Some of the like versions that, you know, you can get on VHS and DVD. Like, you could see it and go, why does she suddenly have one cankle?
Yeah, but then, okay, so here's the thing about Mary Poppins and Sound of Music.
Ooh.
She was in Camelot on Broadway, Disney came to see it and was like, we would love you for this movie. And she's like, oh my God, thank you so much. But like, and she had done Sound of Music, and I don't think it had come out. It hadn't come out yet. And she was like, oh, thank you, Mr. Disney, but I'm pregnant. And he's like, well, wait.
Wow.
He wanted her
Love Julie
that bad.
Andrews.
Wow.
Love her. Love her.
Queen.
That's
Clarice
awesome.
Rinaldi.
I did an internship at a certain musical theater house in Connecticut, and like Julie Andrews is like a huge fan and like a huge donor of it, and like she's been there before, and my supervisor had like a lot of great stories about her, and apparently she's like super nice and just everything you'd expect from her. So that's good.
That's good.
for
Awesome.
like I just feel
so
like so many
well. At
celebs.
least one person, not problematic.
I hate
Yeah.
when you find out that people who are beloved, the list of people I could like blast right now
Oh,
who are
yeah.
like beloved for their talent.
Mhm.
And then turn out to be terrible people, and it's like, oh, you ruined that for me. Thanks.
Yeah, it's like, I love you. Okay, bye.
Never do that the
Yep.
same again.
Yeah, Cameron McIntosh.
People
I
who
think-
don't know, he was the
I was
like
like, who's that?
main producer for Phantom of the Opera and Les Miserables.
Oh.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Phantom
Well,
of the
I
Opera.
mean,
Edward Webber's No Walk in the
also-
Park either.
Yeah.
Phantom of the Opera is
I-
the first thing I saw on Broadway when I was a kid.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's the
I
first
still
thing
need to
I-
see it.
My
It's like
mom
one of those
surprised
iconic
me.
ones.
What's really funny is that the chandelier falls at different speeds in different countries. So, like in Australia, where apparently, I mean, they live in a country where basically everything can kill you. So it's not surprising that the chandelier fell the fastest there. And then the second fastest was when they were in Las Vegas. But like in New York, it's kind of slow, and in London, it's even slower. And I'm like,
I can
But you
imagine
know,
you
because
do
of
that.
London, it's health and safety is the reason it must be going slow.
Mm.
I
No,
love
you know,
the
but
idea
it's like
of
you're
health and
like-
safety there.
but also it's like, okay, people hate the movie, and like Gerard Butler is not a singer, but he sings it more rock, which was actually how the song Phantom of the Opera was written initially. So,
Mm.
Mhm.
So he sings or whatever. But when you've seen the movie and you see, you know, like a movie set get destroyed by like the fast falling chandelier, and then you see it in person, you're like, they keep saying because they don't want to repeat the actual accident that inspired the novel, which inspired the musical, which inspired
I feel like
the
it's like,
movie. But
oh
like at
no.
the same time, please
Everyone, get out of the
make it
way.
faster.
Just walk in an orderly fashion away from the falling chandelier.
You know, like when they're all
in
shouting on stage
Australia,
and
the
they're
actors
like,
are like literally trying to leap out of the way from the chandelier.
I know, and they're shouting like on stage as their characters, being like, "It's okay, we'll be back." You know, just a slight inconvenience, and you're like, "You're way too panicked for the way that this prop is falling." But it is a good show that you should see.
In
Problematic as
our
hell, but
community's production of Nonsense, I think it's the first one. I can't remember if it was the first one or the second one, you know, because there's so many Nonsense
what
productions.
is nonsense?
It's
I'm just going to lay down right now. I'm fine. Totally. I'll be okay. Okay, anyway. Rue McClanahan really made this show famous. But yeah, in between Golden Girls and productions of Golden Girls, she would do Nonsense. Nonsense is like, I think there's like 7 of them now, and they are musicals about these sisters, nuns, who, you know, essentially hijinks, y'all. It's hijinks. But I can't remember if it's the first or the second one where one of the nuns accidentally gets locked into the deep freeze, the chest freezer, and is like banging to get out. Only in our local production of it, the actress actually did get stuck in it. And everybody was like, "Oh, somebody go get her out." And they're like, No, it's the production. Have you not seen it? No, that she actually did get locked. And there's like, it's very much the Goes Wrong show, only my local production of I have so
They
many,
took it a
stories
step
of
farther.
like there's
They went
no
method.
good technical stage producers in South Mississippi, apparently.
I
So-
love the play that goes wrong. Just
Yes,
saying.
and their new season is starting in 2 days.
Okay,
I
My
like
Fair
My Fair
Lady.
Lady too.
So I've never seen the movie. And
The
the
movie's
reason
so
I
good.
haven't seen the movie is because Julie Andrews wasn't picked for it. And
Yeah.
in her acceptance speech for Mary Poppins,
Yes.
she was like, oh, the producer of it or the director, whatever, said I wasn't pretty enough. And then she beat
Which is
Audrey Hepburn. And I was like,
Yep.
savage. But
Yes.
Yep.
Also, Audrey Hepburn couldn't sing.
She
Yeah.
didn't have the talent.
She was
for it.
that they
But-
had to make Moon River a song for her that she could sing,
I know.
which is why anyone can sing Moon River.
I know. But so I saw My Fair Lady at Lincoln Center a few years ago, 2019, maybe 2018. Don't remember. The panini has ruined time for everyone. But Norbert Leo Butz, who was the original Fiyero, played the father. And the guy, I always screw up his name because he has 3 names and I always get them in the wrong order. Harry Patton, who was the guy in The Crown who was like Princess Elizabeth's assistant, and then she became queen, so he got demoted. But he was like the one who actually had her back. He played Henry Higgins, and he is good. He was so good.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the actress who. My mom saw it twice. She saw it with the one who was like supposed to be, and then I saw the understudy. So good. But that's the only time I've ever actually seen it, and it was so good.
I actually watched it in school, and so I don't really remember very much.
I know the Rain in Spain. That's the only song I know.
I like the songs, and I will always be a little salty that it wasn't Julie Andrews. But that aside, I just liked particularly when she did all of this work and they were singing the song we did it, and I like the way that it ends because of that, because it's still a little unexpected, you know what I mean? So
I very much like the Just You Wait, Henry Higgins.
Yeah,
her revenge song of like that was very relatable.
Yeah.
I also like All I Want Is a Room Somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But in the production I saw, they actually changed the end, which upset a lot of the older people in the audience because it was a more feminist ending. And I found out, and it's like one thing, and it's like not even an active thing. But then my mom was like, "Oh yeah, people are pissed," and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, they can suck it."
What was it?
Yeah, what was it?
Where did they change the ending? Because isn't the ending supposed to be the more feminist ending?
Well, there are productions where she like it kind of implies that like does end up with him,
and I was like, wait, no. I'm like,
And in this version, he calls after her and she walks away, and she leaves the stage completely.
And
then
they didn't
comes
like
back
that
for like the bows and stuff, and it's like people were pissed, and I was like,
Oh,
why are people like stunned and like not cheering like I want to be? Like I'm not going to be the only one clapping. And then my mom told me, and I was like, oh.
It would have been you and me there. Like, yeah, girl.
Yeah, I would have been yelling.
It's the reverse reaction of Carousel, where it's like everyone who's older is like, oh, it's amazing. And I'm like, I don't stand for this BS.
She should not go back. Don't go back, girl.
There's this
You can do better.
Twitter thread
Yep.
on Carousel, and it was like, I've seen Carousel, and like I still can't believe what Carousel is about, like the plot.
I can't I didn't like it even as a kid. I was like, this is really bad.
What is it
Why
about?
did they make
what is
it?
I don't know
Carousel?
anything about it.
Okay, so there's a
guy.
woman who's in an abusive relationship, and then her abusive husband's like super drunk or whatever, but then there's this other person who wants to marry this one girl, but it's like scheming so he can get rich, and then there's like a lot of drama, and then I think the drunk guy cheats the other guy out of business, and then like it ruins him and his wife, and it's everything that can go wrong in a small town goes wrong. And like the music is supposedly beautiful, but I was trying so hard to follow the plot that I didn't hear any of it. And then the slap happened, and I'm like, I'm out.
I felt like you thought Oklahoma was dark. Let's get you into Carousel. You know, like
Wow.
I
saw
definitely
Oklahoma
felt
as a kid, and apparently I napped through the really the really traumatizing part. So I don't even remember what the traumatizing part of Oklahoma was.
So he comes back. So he dies. The guy, he dies, and then he goes up to heaven, and God's all like, "What did you do?" And the guy's like, "Well, I don't know. I just tried to be a good husband." And God's like, "No, you weren't a good husband. Look at what you did." And then he sends the guy back to Earth as a star, right? Not like a physical star, but like a metaphorical star. And he like sees his wife and his daughter, who's now a teenager inexplicably, because like apparently it's in the future now or past or whatever, and the guy is invisible, but like he goes to see his daughter and like his wife, and he's like, oh my god, they're doing so well. And then he like I don't know, I guess like his daughter is able to see him suddenly, and then I don't really know though, and then like she
Carousel.
yeah, I think. Yeah.
Well,
And
this
then
is
like
Oklahoma.
right. Oh, no. This is Carousel. This is Carousel. But yeah. So like then the daughter is, I don't know, doing something, and then the husband, like they talk or something, and then he hits her, and then the daughter goes to the wife, and she's like, "Oh no, I got hit by an invisible person." Um and then she's like, "Oh, but it felt like a kiss, so it was good." And then
Yeah, that's when I was out.
it's bizarre. It's bizarre because then the guy goes back up to heaven, and like everything's good, and then they all sing the finale, and then it's done.
Oh my.
Oh, didn't he just like touch her?
I
I
don't
he just
know.
like poke
He's a
someone.
star. He's a,
That's so weird.
it's bizarre, but they're
Also, though, even mixed up with the awfulness of that, the last production that was done at Lincoln Center, they had a bunch of New York City ballet dancers, and then half of them got suspended because they were involved in like a revenge porn scandal.
oh my gosh.
So,
What?
like that whole production was cursed, I tell you.
Wow. Yeah,
Oh, my.
Rodgers and Hammerstein kind of went off the deep end with that musical, in my opinion.
The
Some music
Cinderella
is
one, the
good.
Rodgers and Hammerstein Cinderella on Broadway was good because they
Mhm.
also they
It's one of my
put in
favorites.
certain songs. So they kept basically all the songs that were from the Julie Andrews one, which was it was written for TV. And then my mom grew up watching the one with the actress who did it after because it was a colorized version or
Are you talking about
whatever.
the Leslie
Brandy
and Lauren
and
version?
Whitney
Thank
Houston.
you. I was like, I know it's 3 words. And then I grew up with the Brandy one.
I
But-
the Brandy one was my
Still
favorite.
excellent.
Mhm.
But
Still
the
excellent.
one on Broadway had the songs from like the original, which was in the brand, which was in all the other ones. But then they revived certain songs that had hit the cutting room floor, like from South Pacific. So there's a song that the Prince sings called "Loneliness of Evening," and it's like when Cinderella's pining for him, he's pining for her, and he's singing it. And if you don't know it, you're like, oh, it perfectly fits. And then once you find that out, you're like, yeah, I can totally picture that being in South Pacific.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
10 Minutes Ago is also one of those songs that I'm just like,
I love that
Yeah.
song.
it always
Yeah.
gets to me.
In my own little corner. I love that one.
Okay. So the actor who played the Prince on Broadway, the original one, is the actor who plays Hans, the voice actor of Hans in Frozen.
Yes.
So it's like,
Mhm.
oh, you were actually a good Prince, and then
We love to hate him.
Santino
Wait,
Fontana,
wasn't
right?
he-
what?
Santino Fontana. Yeah. And Laura Osnes, who is a
Anti-vaxxer.
yeah, who's an anti-vaxxer now. But she
Mm.
played Cinderella. Good for her, I guess.
She was really good as Cinderella, and she started this Broadway Princess Party, which has been amazing. But now I feel weird about like wanting to go to another one. Because she gets like the original voices of the Disney princesses who were all like Broadway stars in their own right, which is why Alan Menken was like, No, we're getting someone who can actually sing my songs. And then, so she brings those back, but then she also brings like the actresses who have played those princesses on Broadway. So I'm
did you
blanking
guys
on the
see-
actress who played Jasmine. She was actually the sister of the
Oh.
original Aladdin on Broadway, and then obviously they couldn't both be in it at the same time because no, but she was in it, I think, longer than he was in it.
I mean, if we're going to talk about, like, we cannot, I do feel like we're going to talk about Aladdin and so on. I do need to mention my favorite. I will always stand for Leah Salonga.
Yes.
Like,
singing voice of Mulan and Jasmine in the animated.
Yes.
Also, Miss Saigon
and they did not
was
credit her
Eponine
for the
in
longest time.
Eponine in the 10th anniversary of Les Mis. And then
Oh,
she played Fantine in the 25th, not the 25th, in the
Like, we always stand for Leah Salonga.
15th. Yeah.
yes.
She was Jasmine.
She was the singing voice of Jasmine
A Whole
in
New
the
World.
original Aladdin. Yeah, when you're going, who is Leah Salonga? May I suggest the soundtrack to Aladdin and just know that beautiful chanteuse. And they did not even acknowledge her, even in the credits originally.
It's uncredited.
It was uncredited. Oh yeah.
She was credited for Mulan, I think, though.
Yeah, it was a few years later, and
Reflection.
Why didn't they credit her?
I mean, could I just say nobody credits Filipinos? But anyway, that's a whole thing. Like
Philippa Sue changing the game.
Yeah.
Like,
I saw her in Limit.
Oh my god, as Fantine? Wait, I mean, I guess who else would she be? Sorry.
And then also Eva Noblezada in Hades Town.
Eurydice.
Yeah, she's okay. So like Eden Espinosa follows Idina Menzel, Eva Noblezada has been following Leah Salonga's career one by one.
Did anyone see like the latest Cinderella movie?
You mean the one that just came out?
Yeah, on Amazon. Idina Menzel is in it apparently, which I just
She's
found
the
out.
stepmother, and
I want to see it for her, but
James Corden is in it, and
that's why I haven't seen
it. Billy Porter is the fairy godparent.
Yeah, I want to see her too. But
I love the cast, but I feel like the premise is incredibly stupid, and I don't know if I want to do that to myself.
Is it a musical?
I want to see it.
Yeah, kind of is. It's like they do cover songs apparently.
Oh wow!
Oh, now I'm really not excited.
And there's like 2 original songs.
Oh
yeah.
But did you like
2
it?
whole songs.
I didn't see it yet. I was like waiting for someone to watch it and tell me to see it.
That's what I'm waiting for too, because
Dylan is in trouble reviewed it on his channel, and I'm so scared to watch it because I know he's gonna rip it to shreds.
He's one of my favorites.
So which I will feel bad because there's other people in it, but y'all know I have a hard time. I don't like to say anything bad about anybody, but this particular a particular singer who's should be singing a lot in it is a very auto-tuney singer, and I don't like the sound of their voice. And I'm just like, I
love that you're trying not to say it, and we all know who you're talking about.
I'm just like, oh my gosh, I will have to listen to that. And
wait, I don't know who you're talking about.
Probably
just put it in the private chat.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Is it Idina Menzel?
No, I love her.
Oh,
it's fantastic.
No, she has a real voice. Like
yes, she has a real
and the lungs to go with it. It's fantastic.
I mean, she did kind of ruin her voice with Wicked, but
yeah.
Oh, I can see that happening because she was belting it out. That one.
When she sings Defying Gravity now, you can hear the damage she did to her voice.
Well, and also, like, let's not forget, like, it's normal for everyone that their voice drops a little as they get older.
No, but it's more than that. Like, my mom and I can hear it, and like, obviously, she can still sing amazingly. She can sing Let It Go. She can do all of her Elsa stuff. But we hear it, and we're like, oh.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
That's so
her
cool.
original Wicked voice.
Oh.
It's so cool that she was also Maureen, right? In Rent,
Yeah.
I think the original one.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in the
That's another one I
movie,
still need to see.
most of the
Right.
original cast was
I've
in the
seen
movie
2
version.
Rents,
Mhm.
and not personally, unfortunately, but online, and they were both great.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
saw the one with Renee Goldsberry, and then I saw the one. I don't know if I saw the whole thing or just parts of it. The one that with Jesse from The Flash.
Oh, Jesse Martin. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Did you guys see Rent Live?
I
Yes.
wish.
Yeah. I didn't like how they pulled the rug out from
Oh, the one that they
underneath
put on
us.
the on TV, but I not
That
going
was
to
a
see it live.
nightmare.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. We're like they did the entire first song and we were like, oh great, it's live.
Yeah.
And then they were like, no, just kidding. We're not live
Yeah.
because of so and so who broke his leg or
Yes.
something.
Yeah.
Like they lied.
Mm-hmm.
No.
The
Yeah.
Wiz made me almost not watch. Like, I didn't watch Hairspray. Like, I love Dove Cameron and I love Kristen Chenoweth. And I was like, I'm sorry. I've been burned too many times by your live performances. But then it was Rent. So, of course, we were going to do it. And then I was like, see, there's a reason why I don't watch these.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but the original, like the
Peter
movie
Pan one was
version of The Wiz
painful.
was so amazing. Don't nobody bring me no bad news. Like, holy cow.
Andre DeShields. Hermes in Hadestown, original Wiz.
Whoa. Wow, I really thought that I was like up to date on my musical theater facts, but you guys are putting me to shame. Andre DeShields was also in The Wiz?
I mean, like, if you think about it, they do got rent to pay. So they got to keep working no matter what.
Yeah.
They're in something, right? Because, like, do they even have other skills? Who knows? Who cares? So like, they still got to pay the rent.
That's like a 5-minute applause every time he walks out on stage at the start of the show. And then they filmed like the first performance back. He got like a 10-minute applause and everyone else like got like a 5-minute on their own. And you're just like, it's
Awkward.
That's good. That's good though.
But it's like the applause that Lynn got every single time, everyone in Hadestown got. And I was like, oh,
Wow.
beautiful. And then that was the same with like Waitress when it reopened
Mm.
and Come From Away and everything. And I'm just so happy for everyone. But my mom and I are also like, we're not ready to be packed in like sardines.
Yeah.
We don't trust
Yeah.
enough people in New York City to have gotten
No.
stuff done.
Me neither.
I'll tell you,
Wait.
we really learned. People do not wash their hands.
Waitress did a really good tribute though to Nick Cordero
I know, that was
who
so
passed.
sad.
From COVID.
I saw him.
Oh,
In
that's
it.
sad. What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was like one of the
First,
I was
like
keeping up
first
on those news
prominent
back in the
Broadway
early.
actors.
he was like
Yeah.
one of the first Broadway people to get it. And he was like 30
It was
something.
Such a
Yeah.
fighter. He
Oh
really
my
tried.
God.
He and no one, and this was back when like people didn't think that young people could really get sick. And
Right.
he got it,
Yeah,
and he
it
got
was
sick like
so sad.
fast.
This is like shocking.
Good news is Beetlejuice is coming back to Broadway instead of the stinky Music Man.
It is?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I passed the Winter Garden Theater and it had Music Man all over it.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
I just recommend watch the Robert Preston version of Music Man. It is excellent.
I've seen that. I wanted Hugh Jackman back on Broadway though. I miss him.
maybe I'm wrong about it replacing the
I'm not
Music
into
Man,
Jackman. He's okay.
but it's coming back.
He can be elderly Wolverine. That's fine.
Yeah. He can be older.
I
Oh,
did
the
not-
Marquee Theater.
I caught like some clips of what is it, Showman or
The Greatest Showman.
and I was like, anyway, I'm okay.
The plot is really
You didn't see the whole
problematic,
thing?
but the
My
music is
daughter-
great.
I did not watch.
My
No, I
daughter
did not
loves
watch.
that
I,
musical.
It's so good though.
Yeah, my daughter loves it. She's like, we're going to watch this, Mom. I'm like, okay.
The
You love
music is
musicals?
really
You're
good,
going to watch
Glory.
this with me. I'm like, okay, we're going to watch it.
Glory, you know what? I think you should listen to the album because it's by Pasek and Paul. I still don't know how to pronounce his name.
Oh,
The people who did Dear Evan Hansen.
Is there
Sorry.
something?
Welcome to the elephant in the room.
Is there something, Hayley?
No. I can wait.
When
I'll
does it
go.
come out? Like that movie?
It came
No.
out.
Oh, it's out.
I've
It
been
came out like
wanting
a day
to
ago or
see.
something. Okay.
Well,
I have just been staying up to date on the news articles because I always am fascinated when somebody shines their butt. That is a Southern phrase, and it's like, so a baboon shines their little red behind. Like they're showing the worst about them.
Baboons are red?
Right? Is it
Yeah, it's
baboons,
really
right? Am I wrong?
you
No?
got a red butt.
accurate.
They have a red
What?
behind.
Rafiki.
Yes.
And they show it to each other. And so in the South, we say, oh, he's just shining his behind. Or whenever they're acting a fool repeatedly.
Okay,
So
I got
can
things
see
to say about
Oh,
Dear Evan
no,
Hansen, the
look at
musical. I
you.
have nothing to say about the movie,
Look at you
except
go.
that I don't think anyone could have sung it as well as Ben Platt, who is the son of musical producer legend Mark Platt, who produced Wicked.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, it's weird he was cast. Not the point. My
Did you
mom
see the
saw it
movie?
in previews, and she didn't like it because of the plot. And then I saw it, and we saw like the high schooler who had gone in. Like he had got picked from like his graduation performance or something, and was on Broadway, which was awesome for him. And he was great, but we left and we're like, yeah, we kind of hate the plot. There's a giant hole in it.
No.
Yeah.
I would love Andrew Barth Feldman, who played Dear Evan Hansen, who was the high schooler.
Yeah.
He's great. He played Linguini in Ratatouille.
Yeah. Oh my God, he was so good. Also,
Yeah.
there was a wasn't a high schooler in that case. It wasn't him. Maybe it was another high schooler, but I'm pretty sure it was a college student from Juilliard who was in The Curious Incident of the Dog of the Night in the Nighttime. It's based on a book and it was a play, but like the staging was almost as creative as Matilda. And I normally don't like straight plays, but I was like, I love that show.
Oh no, not straight plays.
Have you guys seen? Because like I had heard of like.
How
Dear
can you
Evan
have a play
Hansen,
without music? I asked.
but then like I love Jordan Fisher, so that's when I first was like, ooh, I need to see this because he's in it.
He's so good.
So I don't know if anyone saw that version or.
I didn't see him in it. I'm sure he was great. Also, when he shaves his like beard, he also looks so much younger, just like Ben Platt. It is funny. But he was in Rent Live, and then he was also in To All the Boys I Loved Before
2.
I
Yeah.
Saw You.
They kind of blend together.
I didn't watch the third one. I also didn't watch the third.
I haven't watched the third one. I have watched the first two, but I'm just going to tattle on my brother. He loves rom-coms, and so I pretty much wait to watch them with him. So that's why I haven't watched the third one yet. But yeah, like whenever he gets down the dumps, I'm like, let's watch a rom-com. So that was how we watched.
I like
All the Boys I
rom-coms,
Loved.
but I just couldn't do it to myself with Kissing Booth 3. I don't know why I made myself sit through Kissing Booth.
Honestly, I
read it on Wattpad and it was cute, but like the movie, I was like, I need to see this. I was okay with my Aphantasia with this.
I watched the first one, and isn't there a book related to that? I want to say I either watched or I listened to the audiobook for it and was like, why isn't we talking about how cringy it is? Am I too old? And Tom's like, you're definitely too old. That's
I barely.
And I'm like,
got through the
I
first
would have had a
one.
problem in high school with this. But anyway, that's just me.
Yeah.
And then to like make multiple like sequels, it's like, really? Have we solved the problematic part? No, that's the one part we keep. So
supposedly in the third Kissing Booth, they do solve the problematic part, and I was like, but I don't care enough to watch it.
I
refuse to watch after any of the after movies because it's like 50 Shades of Grey, but for teens and worse.
It's fun to watch. Just don't take it too seriously.
I can't.
And you can watch the kissing booth through Dylan. Like, he's so funny.
Like,
Oh, that was so funny.
I like bad rom-coms. I mean, I will watch Last Christmas and it will inspire me to write because it's so bad. I'm like, well, it really addresses my imposter syndrome because I'm like, I probably can't write worse than this. Let me just go for it.
Okay, here's a rom-com that I love until the very end, and I'm not going to say why. But Set It Up on Netflix. Lucy Liu, Taye Diggs. I used to know her name perfectly. The actress who was in Vampire Academy, which everyone hated, but I really liked her. And something Glenn or Glenn something. He was the actor who his name is Glenn Blank, and he played John Glenn in Hidden Figures, who was a real astronaut. So that's how I remember that Glenn is in his name, but I never remember his real last name. But so like funny. I like the cast, and it's a cute premise, and then the end, I'm like, oh. But for like 99.9% of the movie, I'm like, oh, I love this.
It's just the very ending that is not for you.
It's the very end where I'm like, oh, if this was a book, I'd throw it at you.
Yeah, I don't know that you're talking me into it. You're not talking me into it, no. Yeah. But I mean, like, I like bad rom-coms because they definitely inspire me to write. That's part of like I like mediocre musicals. Definitely inspire me to go create because I'm like, well, I probably won't be worse. So hey, man, when to have this audacity to make this level of crap? Yeah.
Have you seen
there's nothing wrong with mediocre.
The meme where it says ha 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 ha, he giggled?
Yeah. Like the what?
Oh yeah. No.
It goes, Arrow laughed, ha ha ha, he giggled. That's a line in a book.
What is
from Breaking Dawn?
No.
The line.
And the thing is, you don't know, but
ha ha ha, he giggled.
That was published.
That's the best thing ever.
And again, I consider myself not that strong in dialogue writing, and yet, yeah, I feel okay that like I can hold my own among that level of quality. Like there is a really good place for mediocre anything. Whatever your genre, whatever, I think like it's like, yeah, go find that mediocrity and watch it and go, I could do better, and then go do better. Because we need it, right? Yeah, we definitely need it.
Reading or watching something just to be entertained. We're not trying to, solve the,
Yeah, I mean, like, even
you say mediocrity, and all I can think of is the song from Wicked, Wonderful.
Yes. I was going there too.
Mediocrity, then suddenly I'm here, respected, worshipped, even.
Yep.
Certain words are just like forever tied to a song, and I'm like,
yeah.
Is this annoying or is this a gift?
For me, that's the one song in Heathers where it's like, oh my god, it's of course now I'm forgetting it, but it's the one where she goes like, it's one word and then she goes nice. I know that's like not descriptive at all.
I never saw Heathers, and I never saw Mean Girls.
I saw the original movies.
Heathers.
No, I saw the original movies, but like I didn't see the musical.
No, I haven't seen the musicals because again,
but I did see Bring It On the musical.
If they don't make even at least a recorded stage version, it's like I don't know what I shall do.
Well, here's the thing: is that everything
we're not getting that cool stuff.
They don't tour over here. Stage version of everything, and it's stored in the NYU Lincoln Center media.
Did you know that I cannot get to the Lincoln Center? It's funny because like I'm like literally live like over 1,000 miles away, and it's I also Panini, but
I mean I would send it to you if I could, but you're not allowed. You have to watch it there.
Yeah,
and you have to give up your phone.
Like it's gatekeeping.
Let's steal from the Lincoln Center Library.
I mean, as a librarian, I am here to say that it's about the free flow of ideas. People need to quit gatekeeping like they've been gatekeeping.
Well, this is why musical theater is like also inherently related to classism,
and like it did not used to be
because it used to be because actors used to be considered really low.
Yeah.
I mean, like that is troubling. I find it very upsetting that musicals and opera used to be for the common people, and it was just something how you spend a Saturday.
Shakespeare.
And that was, it wasn't an elitist move. And now it has become that because they want high production values. They charge more. They've charged it out of the realm of regular folks on a Saturday.
I love Hamilton. My mom and I are still so incensed at the prices. And they kept saying, it's not us. It's people who bought all the tickets. And we're like, oh no, we know it's you too, because we can look at your website and see it. And when we saw it, when you were at the Public, and then again when you were on Broadway, these were not your prices.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, okay, great. They do a bunch of things for schools. That's wonderful. They've done a lot for Puerto Rico. That's wonderful. But you, like, even if you're the most popular musical on the Great White Way, you should not be allowed to charge like 80% more than all the other musicals. Like Hadestown and Wicked, and like, granted, more expensive seats are normally a better spot to sit, but you can still have a decent seat in those shows. Also, there are certain shows that you really should sit in the mezzanine, which is always cheaper and you get a better experience. So
yes, I
Hilda
agree.
was one. Wicked is one. Unless you're going to sit like really close in the orchestra so that the flying monkeys can fly over you. And Hadestown, because there's something with the stage that you want to be able to see.
Yeah, you want to be, if you got that. Good.
But with Lion King, you want to be in the orchestra so that when Circle of Life starts and you're crying your eyes out, the animals pass you.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That was my first musical that I saw, and my one memory from it, I was like 8, and like this giraffe just walked by, and that's it. I just really love giraffes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always like being on the balcony. Like, I like being able to see everything. Yeah.
I prefer the balcony because the sound will bounce up and you don't have as much of the lower echo as the sound then falls. Like whereas when you're down in the pit area, you're going to hear that echo back and forth a lot of the times, because these older theaters, like especially what you're going to find in established places, including Broadway, they're not managing their audio situation as closely as they frankly could now that we have technology to prevent that kind of excessive bounce back.
Yeah.
So even since I was a kid, I've always preferred to sit in the balcony so that I didn't hear that incredible bounce back that I find with my auditory dyslexia very difficult to decipher what people are saying.
But I'm looking at the list of shows that I've seen, and ones that I would say like that you really should be sitting in the orchestra, and most of them aren't even around anymore, so this is kind of pointless. But Big River, Billy Elliot, Chicago, Cinderella, Fiddler on the Roof, and Evita. Like those, if you're farther away, like you're not really seeing the dancing as well, and that's like the bigger point. It's not like you have something going on stage where like it's lowering or it's rising or it's rotating, and being able to see it rotating is cool. Although in Hamilton, if you're in the orchestra and you see them all rotating, like you can't really see the circle, but you're seeing their choreography. That's just as cool as seeing it rotating from the top.
Yeah.
My mother always loved Gilbert and Sullivan operettas. Like, so often if there was any production ever, we'd go. She knew that I preferred, even as a kid, to sit in the balcony. But there was one time where we were doing a Pirates of Penzance, and I don't remember what happened, but I remember what happened. So this was up in Oxford, Mississippi, Ole Miss country, and there was a football game because some person did not seem to understand that in the Deep South, people love a show, so they'll go to football or they'll go to theater, but the loyalty is football first.
Like, I'm not from the South, and I know that.
Like, yeah, but so there was essentially nobody in this theater for Pirates of Penzance. So they blocked off the balcony and they made us sit in the orchestra, like right behind the orchestra. And I hated it because all I saw was ankles dancing the whole time. And like you had to like sit like this to see their faces. I was like,
It's like being in an IMAX theater. You don't want to sit too close.
It's terrible. So
mid orchestra or front mezzanine. Those are the golden spots.
Yeah, I would say if you ever get an opportunity to see any Gilbert and Sullivan production, get your butt up to the balcony because they look so much better and you can actually see what's going on because there's always little stuff. They're almost all farces. So there's little jokey jokes happening in the back that they don't call attention to. But if you are not sitting on the ground floor, you're sitting up, you'll see like people handing stuff to each other. There's essentially a whole little mini story arcs happening because they were actually trying to keep everyone entertained, not just the people with the good seats. Which, by the way, back then, the good seats were not behind the balcony. Those were the cheap seats. The good seats were actually up above, so you could see everything happening. Plus, you could see all the people down in the pit doing, I don't know, whatever they were doing.
The groundlings.
The groundlings. They were doing a lot of shady stuff, is what I'm told. I don't know if that's true.
I know what they were.
Pirates of Penzance was actually the first musical that I was ever in. It was high school, and I was in it because, it was just fun. And I was actually the modern major general.
The modern major general.
Yeah. Like nobody thought that I could sing like high parts then. So high school was a trip, but like that show was great. Sorry.
No beard.
Right?
No, I think that's cool.
They didn't give you a beard. Oh, what?
Oh, yes, they did.
Oh, okay, I was
had
like
a mustache.
Excellent. Like a proper.
We have to see pics.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you be British and be, an officer without a fantastic stash?
I'll see if I can find it because I'm pretty sure.
I definitely want to see this picture.
Yeah, I actually had a mustache for like 3 shows, like all unrelated shows. But like I've played men and boys in like every single show that I've ever been in, essentially. So like I've had my fair share of mustaches.
What other characters?
Ooh, well, I've played Lysander in
Midsummer
Night's Dream twice, actually. No, once. But I was in Midsummer as Snug, and then just like a whole bunch of Shakespeare shows as all the men. I was Macduff's son, so I got to die, and then Jacques in whatever that show is, the Shakespeare one. Sorry.
You've not narrowed it down.
I think I just saw your brain glitch in real time.
You're probably right.
Like, in that Shakespeare, I'm like, have not narrowed this down like you think you have. I'm so sorry, but no, it's like 30 something.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to find this pic.
I think I'm gonna go to bed after you find it.
I often get cast as old ladies. That's usually where I am typecast, and they never know how I've been cast before, but I always get cast as the old lady. So yes, I just apparently give off major old lady, gonna ham it up vibes. So I do. Maybe
more like motherly, like the protective.
I've been cast as an old lady since I was 9. No. Let me explain this. When it's typecasting, it is like type.
No.
Yes.
Me with boys.
Exactly. Like, you get it. Yeah, like, why do people see me as like, oh no, they can do this one.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's like, I will still ham it up. I feel that I did a fantastic job playing the old lady who swallowed a fly. And we had to stuff a whole lot of pillows under that nightgown, y'all. It was the biggest nightgown I owned. I still have it. And because like eventually there's a horse that's supposed to go under there. Like,
I love it.
Yes. I think there is actually a recording of that I have somewhere because we used my camera. I was when I was in the education program. We did it for kids. We did a whole production. So I was also one of the producers. Oh, I have that. Maybe one day I should post that up on my channel. I haven't thought about that in years.
You should.
You
Yeah.
can all laugh at it because it's ridiculous.
My friend who I had on, I don't remember when, it was like the weekend after Mother's Day. She's blonde and she can, so when she auditioned for Wicked, they were like, Glinda. And she's like, actually here for Elphaba.
Hair
But
can
in
be
the show
dyed.
that my mom produced, she like sang like Elphaba. And then the next time, not the next time, but then she was, so that was Xanadu. And then she was in Xanadu based on the movie. And she played, I'm forgetting the name, but the Muse of Music or whatever. So she had to do like operatic singing, which she can also do. And then she played Cleo, the main character, in the tour. But then when she was cast in Beautiful, the Carole King musical, she doesn't play Carole King. She plays like the friend, Cynthia Weil. Also a real person. She also got to be like super brassy. And I was like, yes.
Nice. Very good.
Yes,
stuff.
you can sing opera beautifully. That's not what I'm here for.
No.
I'm on the belt.
Yes, exactly. Here to ham it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, as well as like sing to the back. I hate it when you can't hear them halfway through the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is a major annoyance of mine. I have left.
She
notes.
sings to outside the theater.
Yeah,
That's good.
like I just
Project.
it just feels right. You know, get all the way back there. They should hear you in concessions,
Mm-hmm.
so they know when to like start up the popcorn machine. I'm just saying. That's my opinion. Anyway.
If you ever see Wicked on Broadway, when she hits her final note in Defying Gravity and the lights go out, you run to the bathroom. You run. Like for the female bathroom, I think now
Yes.
they're probably gender neutral, but back then they weren't.
So,
And even the guy bathroom has a line, which is like unheard of in theater
Wow.
on Broadway. So you run to the bathroom when the lights out. You hear the note. You can hear it while you're still running out. Sometimes
I gotta be
on the
honest.
actress, and you go.
I am the kind of person who will stand at the back of the theater to go to the bathroom. I will wait by the door till that last, and then just immediately already. So I'm already standing, and I'm batting the back of the wall, just petting the wall because you know it's usually carpeted. Just like petting the wall while listening to the last couple lines, so I can then belt it over there. Because yeah, if you go to the bathroom first, then you have enough time to actually get to the concession stand and get whatever it is you want for the second half. Like
My
it's
mom and I don't even do it for the concessions. We're just like, we need to go to the bathroom, and we are not going to miss. Thank goodness.
I feel like they really should pipe it into the bathrooms. The audio should be piped in because look, some people with bladder is like let us just go. Maybe we have the time of the month, whatever our reasons. Pipe it in the bathroom. Be kind, okay? We just need to go.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that's my one fear about like live theater and like going back to see shows because I haven't seen an in-person show. But like, yeah, that's my one fear now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been kind of ruined about getting to pee anytime I want.
Yeah.
Like I'm not fit for real
Practice in
society anymore.
Movies, like see a movie either at your own place or go to a movie theater and practice with. You can't go.
Like yeah,
Honestly, I'm not even up
like
for
getting
movies.
out of the theater to go to the bathroom in the middle of a movie. I've now been ruined. Now that I can watch it from my TV, I'm like, I'll wait.
I normally can still hold it for a movie. There have been a few times where I haven't been able to, but with theater, I'm always like, I am holding
I don't know
because of how much my mom paid for my ticket.
Yeah, I can hold it. I can hold it. I'm not missing anything.
Well,
but
I used
I'm
to
older now.
be perpetually dehydrated before the pandemic.
Okay.
So going was never a problem. But now that I'm actually a hydrated human being, I'm like, I'm so concerned I actually have to
Yeah,
do
no, as a hydrated
Yeah,
human
yeah.
being, I have 2 hours and then I got to. So you get to the theater a little early, a few minutes, you got enough time to go. That means that movie is longer than an hour and 45, I'm not going to make it.
You go before you leave
Yeah,
your place.
I go.
And then you go when you get to the theater. And
But then an hour. So if
I've
that
got
movie
4 hours.
is
Hydrate
like
me
2.5
for
hours,
I'm timing this thing.
I've been ruined. I've been ruined by the panini. And now I'm like, I'm tired of like feeling that kind of uncomfortableness of holding it when I could just pause this baby, go do the things, maybe put around my house for a minute, tidy for 5 minutes, and then go back and like resume. It's a nice
That's what I'm spoiled for, is that I can get up and move around.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that in the theater. I'm going to be bumping into people and disturbing people. Yeah. So
Yeah.
not that it's not, I'm good with the bathroom. I've got my time block really good, but the being able to just get up and move around when I want to and still be able to watch and nobody get mad.
I've been in virtual classes for the whole panini. And for most of it, actually, I've been in my grad school program, which are 2.5 hour classes with one break somewhere in the middle for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
That's
like not even letting people do a proper hand wash. Like, hi.
It's supposed to be 10 according to the syllabi. Anyway, no one's called them on it. But basically, I've gotten back into training myself for like movies and live theater because of that. But before that, like when it was summer, I was like, oh no.
This is why, like, the theater, like my brain is broken, but like the theater that you go to and then you move around to like see different parts of it. God, I majored in this. It's not like site specific theater where like you go to a place and like they put on the show and it's like specific to that place. But like you guys know what I'm talking about?
Like interactive theater, like Sleep No More and things or something.
Yeah, but it moves.
Like a 4D or something?
No, like you move.
You move through it.
Yeah.
It's an experience. But Sleep No More, and they had a few others.
Well, that's like, Pigeon Forge dinner theater. Where actually dinner theater where I am, I was talking about that dinner theater for Schoolhouse Rock, where they're just like, we'll just do it around you while you eat. It's fine. And they literally perform scenes amongst people eating, like you could literally touch them, which has happened where it's like past the desserts. So there you are. I was once at a murder mystery dinner theater up in Pigeon Forge, and the body, like there was so little room where everybody was. And then where the person died in the first act, they're supposed to stay there. They're there like 20, 30 minutes on the floor being dead. But then, because the meal is in the first act, the strawberry cheesecakes were being handed out. And they couldn't get over him. So they just started handing him the cheesecakes. And he just starts handing them back up to the table. And we're like passing them to everybody to get their desserts to keep eating. And that was, where the intermission then happened after dessert. It was great. I highly recommend. Everyone had a good time. Very much had a feeling of Clue, what happened to Mr. Body. Right? Because, a lot of dinner theater is sort of like that, where they're acting around people who stay seated, but they're moving around. And so it's like you're just seated in their parlor having their drama, and they move around the audience.
My mom
and I really like that
God performance that was like in a pub, and my mom couldn't eat a thing because of the content of the show, and I was like, that feels like bad planning. It's like cool in concept, but no one actually thought it through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when you
gotta do a really good dry run with a lot of people and say, okay, does this work before we really get into?
Well, yeah, isn't that like dress rehearsals? Is usually when you invite people to be the audience who
no, that's called invited dress. So there's rehearsal, there's tech rehearsal, invited dress rehearsal, then invited dress, and then opening night.
I mean, their theater has solved these. People just aren't using these tools.
I never heard of invited dress. I didn't know
It's basically when they get the New York Times and all the other newspapers to come and write them.
Well, no, I was thinking of like the dress rehearsal where they're like, okay, you can come in and it's free, but like you need to actually give us feedback afterwards about what could you not hear it. They like literally at the intermission, it's an interview, like where they're just standing there. The producers are standing on the stage because all this crew have gone off to change or whatever, and they're like, can everybody hear everything? Did you have questions? What parts did you not hear?
They don't do that on Broadway anymore. They just invite their family. They invite their family and friends, or they invite the investors and the producers the non-main producers to sit in the audience, and then the main producers are like up in the booth freaking out whenever something goes wrong.
What is the point?
I think I'm gonna go to bed, but thank you for inviting me, Zara. I'm sorry I had a late night last night.
Lovely to meet you, Danielle.
It was great talking with you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Good night,
I'll see you really early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a timer set for a bio break, but I really need one after all that chatting. So
Get out of the bathroom. I gotta go.
Yeah. So how about we all turn off our cameras, and then when people come back, you can turn your camera back on, or you can wait until I turn my camera back on.
Okay.
Are you gonna put a ticker on the bottom, or you got a timer?
So people know like what happened.
Oh yeah, I'll put a ticker.
Okay.
But
Awesome.
cameras off in 3, 2, 1. Lights out.
Oh,
I wasn't ready.
I found the fanfic video, by the way.
Oh, awesome.
I know I said 15 minutes, but we can resume now if people want to.
I'm just over here saying I'm fine. Everything's fine.
No pressure. I want to change the banner, though, to just say intermission instead of a time. Holly went to bed, but she will be back on my channel tomorrow morning with Danielle for writing sprints.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, guess we're waiting. I'm working on re-outlining, or not re-outlining, I'm outlining my thriller book because I have to do a rewrite, a complete rewrite. And I was like, you know what? I'm outlining it.
Hayley is not a mod, so her link didn't go through.
Yeah. Hayley also just disappeared. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
Oh.
I don't assume not, though, because she didn't say she was leaving.
You know, it's Saturday night, and this is what we're doing.
Geeking out about musical theater.
Feels right to me.
I mean, if the world were normal, I would be seeing musical theater on a Saturday night.
Yeah. Okay. Tom is home from the food delivery mines and has brought me ice bags for my wrist fever.
Poor Lord.
Look, women used to die of it, okay?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just saying poor Glory.
But apparently this is a way to cool down when you're hot and overheated, is to put ice on your wrists.
Yep, or on your neck.
Yes, but I wanted to look cool for Zara's people. Oh, too late? Okay.
Is that not cool right there?
In a one version, in a different version, no. It's the opposite of cool. It's nerdy, I don't know. Uncool.
I feel like most people here either are from your channel or have been on my channel enough times that they know you from my channel. So
I am a ham. And I love it. And I don't want to not be a ham.
never want to be a bologna.
Oh, bologna is not my favorite. I'll take a Black Forest ham any day. Oh, honey ham, though. I love that, too. Hi, Hayley.
Hi.
Hayley, can I just say, since we're technically still at intermission, how much I like so many things you said tonight, and all I think is like, there's a Goes Wrong show that is shown in too. There's a Goes Wrong. Like, it's like when you're talking about the rotating stage, and all I'm thinking about is Peter Pan Goes Wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like where
Yeah.
there's a ship on it.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to ruin the ending for like what a 10-year-old show. But
No,
the ship starts moving through other BBC studios, and then it's fantastic.
Yeah, I've actually seen it. I've only seen the play that Goes Wrong, but then like I looked up the others on YouTube and I thought they were pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's been a while though, and it was like midnight, so like I kind of don't remember them all, but I do remember that part. I think that's
it's
hilarious.
a pretty memorable part. That was my introduction to the Goes Wrong folks. Was I had asked Tom to find me a whole bunch of British pantomime, Christmas pantomime stuff, because I was real bummed at the time, and I was like, I love this whole idea of like taking theater and putting it over the top so children can really have a good time and like interact with it, yelling. Don't go there.
Yeah.
You know?
But you know what? The Goes Wrong Peter Pan show behind the scenes, hearing how they did the show, explains why England does require health and safety. Because those setups for Peter Pan Goes Wrong are barely safe. Are really not.
I'm sure.
They did not have magicians check out these ideas for contraptions. How did no actor go to the hospital?
I'm very surprised. Yeah,
Mhm,
because
mhm.
No Spider-Man.
yeah, it was like they're just very lucky. Yeah, that it was not Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, because they did a bunch of watch-alongs and they posted them to YouTube during the first year of the Panini. And one of them, I think, was they watched along to, or some of them watched to Peter Pan Goes Wrong, and they started talking about a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. And I was like, because I'd always wondered, this looks like, from a technical point of view, how did they do it? Because some of these, I was like, how did they do it safely? Surely, no, the bed scene where the bunk beds fall, a lot more actually dangerous than, like, it looks dangerous on stage in the filming. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The play that goes wrong, when I saw it, I had the
There's
really
a bit
really
of an
great
echo when you're
opportunity.
speaking, Hayley.
Yeah, there is. Oh man, let me check my speaker.
Now it's fine.
No feedback?
No feedback. You're fine now.
All right. Cool. I'm so sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say.
You're talking about
The play that goes wrong.
Right. So I had the really, really great opportunity during college to go abroad, to study abroad for like 3 months in England, and it was awesome. And the second play that we saw there was The Play That Goes Wrong. And I was just like my whole group and I, like, we were so anxious throughout that whole play, because like my class was also super involved in like doing backstage stuff, and like half of us were on work study in the barn of the theater and everything, and like it was just so nerve-wracking. Like everything that went wrong, and like the guy running around beforehand like looking for the dog, like you know it's fake, but like when like the stage manager on stage who was like, saying stuff, oh man, it was like, do not see this show if like you get anxious in theater related settings, because that was me. Like, it was funny, it was great, it was a great show, but I was like,
So
oh no, cannot not see this again.
I only a couple months ago got to finally see The Play That Goes Wrong. Somebody had posted on YouTube. One of the, I think one of the people involved, actually, and that was how I saw it, was she had recommended it. And it is fantastic and funny and wonderful. But I like how they then took that idea and they sort of, with Peter Pan Goes Wrong and then The Christmas Carol Goes Wrong, they push it so that you didn't get as anxious. You just had fun with the absurdity.
Yeah.
I feel like they've learned in every iteration of what they're doing, and so the TV show, The Play That the Goes Wrong show, is mostly super fun, but every once in a while I genuinely worry about their safety. Like, oh, sugar cubes to the eye seem dangerous.
I don't think I'd be able to watch any of that, because the one instance, like the first instance that I learned of something going wrong, was Idina Menzel breaking her ribs.
Oh wow!
Before her final performance. Yeah, the platform where she melts wasn't there, so she fell like 10 feet.
Oh my
god! And broke her ribs, and she wasn't there at her final performance because she was healing. And so the person who was going to go on after her, Shoshana Bean, had to go on a day early, and everyone is there for Idina Menzel's final performance, including me and my mom. And we gave her like the biggest applause when she ran on, when she first makes her entrance. And we were like, obviously it's going to be fine. It was great. And then at the end, Idina Menzel walks out on stage and she's wearing this red, like, Sue Sylvester jump tracksuit. And she's in so much pain. You can see it from the balcony. And she, she just kind of like nods because she can't bow. She can't do anything like that.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they do the bows. They applaud her. The people on stage applaud her. We applaud her, blah, blah, blah. And then my friend who was playing Bach, he was also Bach then too. We went backstage and we were just waiting to see him. And she came over to me and she apologized for not being in the show. And I was like,
Oh,
no. I was like, no.
I mean, it's not her fault that, the floor wasn't there.
You were injured.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know, but she apologized to me and I still can't get over that so many years later.
My favorite Wicked story, just for like fun, not like rib breaking things, is like this one story, and Zara, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, where no, I mean that generally, I'm not making fun, where like the platform or something didn't rise for like defying gravity, so then everybody like threw themselves to the ground and they sang from. That's like the theater moments that I love, like when something goes wrong, adapt, and
You have to improvise. Yes.
oh man, yeah.
So for the opening night return, a waitress, Sarah Bareilles, on her Instagram story was saying, and it was intermission of it. So she was like on Instagram Live and she's like, so it's intermission and like the response has been amazing. And during what baking can do, all I'm thinking is that the pie I'm supposed to take off stage is not here. So I had to do the math of which pie I could take off stage. It was like real theater.
And I guess that's why I do like the Goes Wrong show, because I've been part of so many theater productions where something goes wrong and you just have to adapt. You have to just immediately deal with it in a moment. And as well as I've watched so many local theater. Is it possible for nothing to go wrong? No, I think not. And even when there's nothing technically that goes wrong, I think I've talked to Hayley about before, I don't remember. So there's 2 local theater groups, and one, and for some reason they're divided among the churches. I don't know why.
That tracks. That's also in. Also in my hometown. Connecticut is weird.
But yeah, the Southern Baptist group versus all the other church groups. That's so. There's Southern Baptist
group does Godspell and Jesus Christ Superstar.
Well, the musicals are by everyone else, versus the Southern Baptists don't do musicals
because it's the work of the devil or something.
Is it like Footloose?
It sounds like it.
They're like Footloose.
Good point, because wasn't it like so? With Methodist, you can dance, but you can't own slaves. And with Southern Baptist, you can own slaves, but you can't dance or drink. I think it's that. So that might be why they don't. Might be why the Southern Baptist group doesn't do musicals, because there's no dancing. I don't know. I don't know enough. But
so do a musical in concert where you all stand stiff as a board in front of music stand.
The Southern Baptist group would do plays, and just because it's local theater, Rom would get us tickets. Used to. And one time, I can't remember the play off the top of my head, but they did a play that had a queer character in it, and they straightened the character.
Of course they did.
But they didn't really edit the play. So she still got what is now not her girlfriend, her roommate. And
they were roommates.
I can't hear you yelling through several doors, Tom. I just can hear. It's too loud in here. But
if Tom wants to log on, you can send him the link.
Oh, okay. Tom,
it was like a low rent version of Death Salesman.
It was. Okay, so do you want me to send you a link? You want to join us? We've had several drop out, so.
I can.
Okay, I'll send you a link.
Just, you've mentioned several movies and stuff. It's like, maybe I should go get these. Like, we still haven't watched Descendants.
I've watched it. Remember, I watched it so I could crochet that headband for that person. Anyway.
There's 2 more movies.
No, I haven't watched those other Descendant ones.
They're fun. Quality? Hell no. Fun? Yeah.
I just really liked the color schemes. I'll just be honest. That was...
I mean, Mal wears purple and green, which is Alphaba's colors. So am I ever not going to...
Well, someone wanted me to crochet them a whole headband, scarf and fingerless glove set in black and purple. I can't remember.
Mal.
Yeah. Her set. And I was like, these are some fantastic color sets, like the specific shades and stuff. So,
Could you make me fingerless gloves like that? Because now I want.
Yes, I can. Hello, you do not know what I can. I can do things. I got skills. I can make fingerless.
No, I know you do. I'm asking, would you be willing to do it for me? It's not that can you. It's more of a will you.
Sure, absolutely.
Please, will you?
Yes, absolutely. You'll look amazing. I sent him the link, y'all, just so you know. That was what I was doing. But anyhow, so they straighten out this character, and then the rest of the storyline makes zero sense. So, like, she's supposed to be introducing this character, her girlfriend, to her family, Thanksgiving weekend or something, bringing her home and stuff. None of it makes sense. Why did you drive across the country to introduce us to your roommate? All of this. And so, like, it does, those are the kind of things that happen in theater where they may have to rewrite it, not necessarily for homophobic reasons, but for just all sorts of
come on.
reasons.
Oh, don't forget, my girlfriend,
real.
my ex-girlfriend's favorite rewrite of what is the offensiveness levels of Jewish curse words? I mean, of Yiddish curse words. Putz. Putz is too much. Guess what they approved?
Dare we say it?
I'm not monetized.
Schmuck. They went with schmuck, which is so much worse of a word.
Oh.
But putz, that's too awful.
Putz is not as bad of a word.
That's how bad the comprehension
Also,
rate
they kept
is out
saying
there.
challah instead of challah bread, and I was like,
My high school.
Did nobody tell them, or
did no one bother to look it up? The internet had existed by that point.
It was a Baptist college. What do you expect?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not expecting much from them, but
The other university in town is the Baptist University, the one that I talked about, like an evening with Patti LuPone and
my high school
after school rock dinner theater.
I had a good experience at my high school. There were multiple problems with it that made New York Times news. One of those was the middle school was doing Thoroughly Modern Millie, which, for those of you who don't know, is a super racist musical, has human trafficking in it, and they decided that was appropriate for the middle school. And then they're like, you know what we shouldn't do? Have the human traffickers who have a laundry front for their human trafficking operation be Chinese, because that's racist.
That's the racist.
So we're going to name them Steve and John, because when we tried to pull the musical entirely, because the kids were using the racist slurs outside of rehearsal
That are in the musical.
Are in the show, the parents were all rioted basically and were like, no, my kid has put in too much work, it has to go on. So then they're like, okay, like John and Steve or some other like equally white bread ass names. And yeah, the show went on, and I'm just like, who approved a show about human trafficking for middle school with racist terms without teaching them the context?
Look, I found out that there is an actual psychologist whose professional job is to go around the world, no joke, and help the actor who plays Othello deal with his role and the lines he says.
Well,
If my
isn't
mom
that
liked
just a
Shakespeare,
drama?
she could take that job, but my mom hates Shakespeare, so.
But that's her job. She goes around the world just helping them cope with
the racism in Othello.
There's so much inherent racism in Othello and this character and what you're saying. And to a lesser degree, she also does this for, what's it called? Merchant of Venice? Yeah.
For the anti-Semitism in Merchant of Venice.
Did I tell you guys about again, a play. Did I tell you guys about my experience seeing Frankenstein? Not the one with Benedict Cumberbatch and Johnny Lee Miller, which I get a kick out of because they both played Sherlock and then they would swap who played the monster and who played Frankenstein. No, I'm talking about one at the Public, the same theater that gave us Rent, the same theater that gave us Hamilton.
Yep.
White man, Frankenstein. Black woman, the monster. Yeah. And they would swap sometimes, but it starts out for like the majority of it. White Frankenstein, Black Monster.
Oh,
I gotta say, the public, like, as a whole, like, they're like the type of cultural institution where like a lot of people get to say, oh yeah, look at us, like we did Hamilton, we did all these amazing shows, like of course we're so progressive, of course we're like the cornerstone of like liberal New York theater. And then it's like they do things like that, or like they've done like shows and they just it's too late for me to explain it properly, so I apologize, but like just
You're getting it through.
yeah, thank you. I feel like there's a point between like we've done progressive shows and then we're actually progressive people and this is reflected in our work. But not to get too technical about things, but I feel like that's a whole larger problem in the theater industry as well, where like certain shows can be very lauded as like highly progressive and like this is the height of American theater and we're being so diverse and we're like yes, everybody in America, everybody in the whole world, whatever. But then like when you dig deeper and when you look at the actual shows or like what's going on behind the scenes, then it's not really not really great,
you'll
like
find
one
problematic things.
yeah.
Are you talking about
Glory
Jagged Little
posted that
Pill?
article.
Oh yeah, well I was gonna mention Jagged
It's been all I could do not to mention Jagged Little Pill all night.
yeah
But
yeah
we're
yeah, yeah.
we're
Well, actually, I was just
I
thinking
met
about that
the
article. Glory
producer for
posted.
Jagged Little Pill on the subway.
Did you
Just
what did he
randomly.
say?
It was just me. And he was like, oh, you should totally see it. And I was like, okay. I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm in school. I don't know when this is going to happen or whatever. So tell me what I missed.
Yeah, so the whole thing was when it premiered at ART, the American Repertory Theater in Boston, that the main character Joe, or like one of the main characters, I don't know, was portrayed as non-binary, and the actress who played them and like the producers were all like, yes, this is a milestone for queer musical theater. We finally have like an out like non-binary character in a show, and like the actress was like, yes, like this is a huge step forward, and like it was from the producers and from the actress. But then when the show got to Broadway, they immediately revoked that, and they were immediately saying like Joe is only a feminist icon, and she's a woman, and there's been no attempt to sway anyone into thinking that she's non-binary, and the audience is all dumb for thinking so. And it was like this whole controversy. And I was saying to a friend the other day that like I just feel like we can do so much better, and like maybe if the opportunity arose to like see that show like somewhere, like I'd see it. But like just with like queer representation in musical theater, I feel like it can be a really big hit when it gets there, like with Fun Home and like with Head Over Heels. But like then, I mean, as with anything, as with everything, I'm sure, but like I can only speak to the queer experience, but like with other shows, it can just be very, very lacking, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Gloria was posting an article that shows how it's going in Hollywood that I thought was really interesting about the how Jewish women are only being cast in Jewish roles if the Jewish role is a stereotype, but not any major what do you call it, award-winning type character roles. They never cast a Jewish woman. It's a really interesting dynamic all the Jewish actresses have started to notice in the last decade of oh no, if it's a main character, no, side character, yes.
Why are Gentile women being cast exclusively or seems like exclusively for Jewish women's roles? When it's the main character or one of the major characters, when there are perfectly acceptable Jewish women that could be cast in that, who are of equal caliber. Why is it? And is it that truly the question is it they're too Jewish? I mean, that's a thing. It was something my mother was always sensitive about growing up. Since when Mom grew up, Mom was born in 1946. And she grew up back when Jewish folks were still not white. But they weren't quite... They were in the people of color range, but like of the lightest kind of. Racism is so complicated in the U.S. But she definitely grew up as a not white person. And then... So she had this concern her whole life about me being too Jewish or coming off as too Jewish. And I definitely had to, as her daughter growing up and her eldest, had to constantly deal with her concerns of like, no, don't put your hair like that too. It's too Jewish. Don't talk that way. Don't use your hands like that. That's a little too Jewish. This was constantly because she wanted me to blend in and because on the street, I come off as white. She wanted me to have that and not have to deal with the racism that you get when you don't have the privilege of whiteness or sidewalk whiteness. Understandably. And to see that it's still going on in Hollywood and everything, because like I had wondered, why is it like I'm seeing all these Jewish female characters and they're not being portrayed by any, like it's not like you say there's not any Jewish women around, actors. There are. So what's going on? It's not unlike what's going on with queer folks. Why are there queer characters and we're casting non-queer folks for that? Are you saying we really don't have enough NBs? Really? There's not enough NB actors?
When like the literal
so
understudy for the role was an NB actor, and now they're like, no, I don't want to be in the show anymore, which is like so valid. So valid. Like, yeah, don't go through that trauma, my dude. But like, yeah. And like to me, it's just so crazy that like theater as a whole gets lauded as like this very, very progressive institution, and like I feel like that's very on the surface level, especially when we get into like college theater programs and then like conservatory programs, and like you, Glory, and Nia were saying like about not seeing theater like out in the like down in the South. I don't know where you guys are. But like up here, like in the Northeast, yeah. But like up here in the Northeast, like we're very, like, dare I say it, like privileged to be able to see theater, privileged to have like all these theater houses like within, like relative, maybe like 2-hour train ride, 1 hour train ride, within us. Like that's very great. But like when we take a look at the work that they're producing and the work that they're making, how far is it really going to,
Yeah.
Sorry.
The ones
The
ones that are performed everywhere are pretty homogenous. Like Love Into the Woods. We already established though that the fact that they don't almost never perform the second half kind of defeats the whole purpose. But like, you're not going to get a Fun Home performed necessarily in the South.
Right.
Or, I'm now blanking, but like, you're not going to really get the diverse stories that are maybe doing well in the Northeast.
Last year,
not Spring Awakening. You're never going to get that in the South.
Last year, Tom and I wanted to do an episode for our movie show where we talked about. Oh, we lost Tom. He'll show up eventually. We wanted to do one about queer plays, like queer people of color in plays, and written by playwrights. And I did a lot of research. Number one, wow, that's I'm a research librarian, and that was hard.
Please tell me you included Paula Vogel.
I was looking specifically for Southern playwrights who have plenty of queer characters. Southern people of color to talk about the Southern experience, because it concerns me that so often, like, I see a glorification of the Deep South or the antebellum South, and there are good ways to use it as a setting, but not in glorifying it. And but also we wanted to show this. We wanted to show there's a lot of stuff. So we did find some really articles about some amazing plays. Could not find a single recording anywhere in the world, not even on the dark web. Because yes, I may have used it a few times to watch things that there's no other way for me to stream. Maybe. I'm not saying anything. And there just wasn't anything available. So we really couldn't do, we had essentially had to scrap the episode, because what is the point of us talking about it when we ourselves haven't even seen it, let alone no one else can see it either. And there's just so few Southern queer playwrights who are not white and men. And there's one or two women. That's it. But they're all white men, which there's nothing wrong with being a white guy. It's just we've had our fill and we wanted to try some other perspectives. And it was incredibly frustrating that we found discussions of all these amazing plays, and there was just nothing available for us to even watch. And we're just this is sad, because I actually just want to watch these plays, but they're not being performed down here. It's not like I could even go to Atlanta, which, I mean, pre-Panini, we had actually planned a trip to Atlanta to take by train and just watch a whole bunch of performances. Mm-hmm. We're just going to really just have a wonderful time, save up our money. We're going to do this just for us. And to find out no, they're not even being performed anywhere down here. There's no recordings. This is our issue with stage culture. Is I know it's wonderful to be able to see it live, and it really is, and there is no substitute. But what about everybody out in the sticks?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. There's a lot of gatekeeping.
There is so much gatekeeping, both just essentially geographic gatekeeping as well as financial gatekeeping. And it's not saying, you could say, and this is what I've heard when I've said this is a problem. They're like, oh, but universities are performing it. There is so much gatekeeping in what place you could get approved at even the most liberal Southern universities. Also, you'd have to then drive into that university because, again, rural people be rural. I am concerned about this it is still this elitist culture. But stage plays and musicals we're all here because we love them. They are spiritually liberating to a certain degree. When you go see a performance that really clicks for you, it's like you're taken to another level in your existence, at least for me anyway. I don't know about y'all. And to not afford that to anybody who isn't living in a metro area that is of a similar ideal to the way that person's living their life, mm-hmm. is problematic in its own way. To be gatekeeping it away from people who are isolated and who don't have but for whatever the reason, they're not going to be able to move or even travel that far wherever they'd have to go. I can't take a train to New York, financially, time wise. I mean, even if the Panini weren't around, it's this is a pretty far and expensive journey for me. And so to have that taken away is an issue that I wish we could find other solutions for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mm-hmm. Because that's exactly true. Even where I'm at, I literally, when we do go to see something, we are traveling, packing suitcases, and staying. That's how we see anything, and it's going to be things like, probably the most diverse thing we'll get would be a Lion King or Aladdin, but that's because it's extremely popular. But some of the plays that you guys would be talking about, never going to see, never. No.
And also, whenever I hear them, say but if people can see it on video, they're not going to come to theaters. I don't know of anyone who actually likes theater that prefers seeing theatrical performances recorded.
Like,
this is for people who can't do it any other way.
But also, like, even if I saw a recording and I loved it, as soon as it was available somewhere within my scope of travel, I would still go see it in person. That's not.
But that's how theater fans are.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure. For
Yeah,
sure. For
and
sure.
One of the reasons why I never got into any groups is because those playbills are so like, oh, you know, and it's like, well, it's very, it does feel very elitist. It's like, I'm not going to have those, but fine, you know, but it's very like, you don't have that, and look at, I've got this, you know, and you know, just for this season, look at all, and it's like, wow, okay.
Like on my blog post, like I listed that I saw Annie, and I think when I'd written it, I was thinking about like a local production I had seen that family friends were in. We're no longer friends with them, and I was never friends with their daughter, no matter how much my mom and her parents tried.
Spill the tea, Zara.
We took her to Wicked, and she was really ungrateful. Let's just say that. We took her on my 9th birthday, and she met the actresses, and she was really ungrateful.
Oh,
and nasty and like that. So I regret that we gave her that experience. But and then I also put that I saw Urinetown, and I'm pretty sure I saw that as a not Broadway performance. And then my high school did it. My high school was did really good productions for stuff. But yeah, I have things on there that are not on Broadway, and most of them have been at some point because they're well known and that's whatever. But I think if you could see a show, it doesn't matter the quality. But I think when people see a movie adaptation and it's not as good quality compared to the show, and then they don't like the show because they only base it off of what they've seen, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know so many people who've seen, recorded stage plays and are like, well, that's now on my list to actually go see live.
Yeah,
right.
Whet their appetite rather than dissuaded them.
Yeah. And that's how it should be. But along with the accessibility to watch live theater, it's I feel like the pandemic out of everything highlighted the need, or highlighted the accessibility, that we do have the capability and we do have the ability to give essentially everybody live performances. Shakespeare's Globe was throwing their recorded productions of Shakespeare, and I know you hated Zero, but throwing all their recorded
No, I like
productions.
Shakespeare. My mom hates Shakespeare.
Oh,
and
okay.
all through the Panini, I've been watching those on YouTube as they've been available, and it's been amazing.
National Theater
and Catherine Tate. Yes, sign me up.
Yeah. But I mean, unfortunately, a huge part of that is because those big theaters are funded by the by the government and everything, and they have all this government funding that allows them. And then of course, I mean, I'm guessing different copyright laws. I'm not sure how that goes, but I just wish that
the reason that they can't
do that
it in America most of the time is union stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also, speaking of unions, I just want to bring attention to the IATSE strike. So if you didn't know, IATSE is one of the biggest unions of stage managers and productions assistants in Hollywood and in the theater industry, and they're really done with all the crap that they've been getting, and they're going on strike soon if it already hasn't happened. So just to bring awareness to that,
I think
everybody.
it's already starting.
Oh, great.
My mom's friend who produced Xanadont with her sister works in Hollywood as a production designer.
And I saw someone comment with a short story of the problems on set, of where someone was literally passed out on the driveway where they were filming, one of the production people. So they called the ambulance, and the director came out, said,
essentially keep it down. And then they even said to the ambulance, "Can you keep it down?" as they continued filming.
Yeah.
And the part I love though was the comment to this of, "I think I know which production you're talking about, or else this is way too common."
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah. They have like a whole Instagram dedicated to it.
When you
Yeah.
first said it, though, I thought you were saying Yahtzee, like the game, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know how you pronounce it, but like
No, you're
is it
correct, but I
Yahtzee?
just misheard you at
Yahtzee.
first, and I'm like, Yahtzee's right.
Yes, Yahtzee is going on
That's right.
strike. Do not buy Yahtzee.
Going on strike. Stop rolling your dice in cups. No more. Not till people get equal rights and are cared for. I mean, I posted that Jagged Little
We'll
Pill
never roll
article.
dice in a
and,
cup again in our lives.
I posted in the Instagram group for this, AuthorTube, musicals conversation. But in it, among other things discussed, was not just about queer and trans character issues, but also where one of the cast members needed to have emergency surgery according to her doctor, and the producer would not allow her to take time off from it, paid time off. And he was, I believe, or they were at the time vice president of the Actors Equity Union.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So that article is in our Instagram group.
That tracks.
Vulture published this article yesterday. So, and I mean, if you can't get approved, then you can't use Actors Equity for a very necessary surgery. Like, she collapsed and was told to, keep performing.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
where's the
insane.
link for that? I don't see it.
It's the one Jagged Little Pill Actors Call Out production treatment.
Oh, okay. I thought that was what we had already talked about. Okay.
But like the article, the Vulture article also
okay, that's why I was confused.
Of that this is unfortunately all too common, despite Actors Equity Union being available, because people are still gatekeeping that. And also this is very there's probably better word to say, but abusive thinking of the show must go on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's plenty of toxic environment to be addressed. As much as we do love stage and theater, and gosh, you don't know how much it's been a lifeline for me in my life. And I mean, how many plays I've written, and I still plan to write even more plays. It's still, we have to find ways to do it. And I figure at the very least we could mention these things as we've done tonight. So at least we stay mindful of it. And other people watching know about what's going on. Of like, there's still plenty of work to be done. It's not a perfect system.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Zara. This was supposed to be a party. I feel like we kind of derailed it, and we're like,
no, it's okay.
Justice.
It's okay.
I guess if you're going to talk about how beautiful the peacock is, at a certain point, you do need to mention how ugly its feet are.
Like NBC. Oh wait, you mean like in general?
No, I mean like
Sorry.
actual birds. Have you ever seen peacock feet?
No.
Yeah.
They're not pretty, y'all. I'm just going to tell you now. Like peacocks.
I love that you're like NBC. Live production.
No, I mean actual birds. And like I grew up, like people used to have peacocks as pets all over the Deep South. I don't know why. It was a thing for a while. And they would just roam free because apparently they're also kind of aggressive. So they kind of take care of themselves. Even among wild dogs, they take care of themselves.
Yeah.
Have you seen that TikTok?
I feel like any big bird is aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that big compared to like emus and stuff, which also people used to have just roaming.
I know, but like geese are.
Yeah, they're
mean.
pretty aggressive as
Security
well.
geese.
They're productive.
Yeah. Perimeter geese.
But I had to walk by this like overpass when I was at Boston University because of where my dorm was, and there was like a little grass section underneath, and it was always there? A gaggle of geese ready to cut you.
Wow.
If you didn't run past them.
Yikes. But like if you've ever been given real peacock feathers, because like anybody who owns peacocks ends up with all these beautiful tail feathers. There is no substitution for real peacock tail feathers. They are amazing up close. They are gorgeous. They are amazing.
Nature outdid itself.
Yeah, like this is so cool. And then when you see one up close and you're like, wow, they're actually overall rather ugly. Like that's kind of how it is. Like I feel like we're sort of talking about theater. Isn't it wonderful? Musicals, they are wonderful and they're genuinely wonderful. But yeah, they've got some ugly feet. We should at least acknowledge that in our conversation. We still got a solid 30 minutes to talk about
West Side Story and Fiddler on the Roof. Jerome Robbins was a nightmare. He was gay, and he blackballed Zero Mostel, who was the original Tevye, because he was basically threatened that if you don't start naming communist names during the Red Scare, we're going to out you as gay. And he was a very miserable man because of that, but he made everyone else miserable.
Oh, no.
Too,
Oh, Jerome.
Which was the bad part. Blanking on her name, but the actress who played Anita, they fought like all the time, and then he asked her to be Maria in like a production, and she said no because she was like, I can't handle it for a film. I can't handle she was in the film. Sorry, forgot to say that she was in the film as Anita, and he asked her to do, I think, in London or something, and she was like, no, I could not handle him criticizing me every single day.
I feel like there's so many horror stories about choreographers in particular, like not to bash on choreographers and like choreographer director combinations, but
like Jerome Robbins. Andy Blankenbuehler is a wonderful human being, and he did Hamilton, and he's great.
Oh, I'll say Bob Fosse was problematic. I love Bob Fosse, but Bob Fosse is super problematic. So many levels of problematic. And yet, I feel better about enjoying Bob Fosse because he's dead. If he were still alive, I would feel very conflicted because, again, I don't want to like be supporting somebody who's continuing to be problematic and in no way trying to learn from their past mistakes or troubles. You know, like, I'm not saying that's a perfect system.
I mean, it's any system where somebody gets ultimate authority. I mean, that is the real problem we hear about, you know, with all scandals in churches, is because it's a top-down dynamic. There is no recourse, and the people up top want to protect their power, so they don't want anyone to question anyone near them who also has power. And that's, again, where we see the abuse and the problems in anyone else. I mean, like, choreographer, no one's there allowed to question how the choreographers, getting people to do the choreography. You know, there's no one there to police him and go, wait, no, this isn't right or anything. Also we have this warped idea of the auteur, which is sort of the arts equivalent of a genius. But we need that person for it to be amazing. It's like, no, you need effort. You need someone who will, a good manager. And
a good human resources.
Yes.
You need really great HR to be like, no, you can't be abusive this way. Stop it.
Yeah. And then I think that, because I would be remiss if I did not mention that when people of color do get opportunities to do great things, I think that they need to remember not to do the same things that the original gatekeepers have been doing. Because I know that In the Heights got some flack because Latino people are not only white Latino and very, very light brown Latinos. There are also brown Latinos, darker skinned Latinos, and Afro Latinos. And they did not feel very represented in the Heights, though they still want to support it because it's important to support it. But we're just like, please, Lynn, remember the rest of us too. Please don't do the same things that the others have been doing to us.
Well, it's like in
Mhm.
Bridgerton, the only dark guy is the villain.
Yes.
Oh,
Wait.
the colorism.
He's the
colorism
villain?
is real. Yes. Yes.
No, the darkest guy
Yeah.
is the villain.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there are
The
black
dad,
people
the dad.
all over the place.
Oh,
in
I noticed that when
Bridgerton.
I was watching
They're
Bridgerton.
all very lightly pretty.
I was like, what is up with this? I thought we were moving beyond colorism, at least like consciously moving beyond. No.
If you guys watch the Pink Popcast, who I love, they're the ones who react to Shadow and Bone that I've been sending to that group all the time. They're watching and they're like, oh, we solved racism? Just sexism? We've solved electricity and racism. Great. And then they get later. And then they're like, oh, not cool that like the only dark guy was the villain. And then also when they actually do bring up race, they're like, oh, they are bringing up race. And I had read an article that was like, it got shoehorned in, and it's like it almost would have been better if they hadn't actually like explicitly been like, this is how we solve racism, because it like it just cheapens the actual experience that people live, and it's like,
oh, I mean, like I kind of noticed that with Schmigadoon, where they're trying to say that they're doing colorblind casting, but it wasn't totally colorblind.
No, and
There's a
like
shading situation happening.
You
I'm
mean
not
like
watching it, so I don't know.
people of the same
No.
shade go together? No one's
Unlike-
of different shades are interested in each other?
Like, well, I mean, like you could be midtones, but not necessarily,
What is this when you're like two and your mashed potatoes can't touch your peas?
Like, and also, there were like, I don't think there was anyone who was genuinely of dark skin tone who had even speaking lines, if I remember correctly.
No, I don't
As
think
I
so.
said,
No.
it was very shade, like, and they're even calling that, oh, well, we have colorblind casting. It's like, bold words. That's a
And
bold
yet,
post
the
to be
main
made.
the main couple, the African American guy is, the person from Schmigadoon is also African American.
Keenan Peele.
that he's interested in, and the female main character, who's actually I'm not really sure what she is,
I'm not sure either. I've been checking Wikipedia. It hasn't come forth. Like,
but she gets stuck
actor,
with someone with a Latino of similar shade. Of like, we're really shade matching these characters of no, they're not interested. It's like, what is going on here?
Just the weirdness of it. Yeah.
And like,
even among the dancers, in Schmigadoon, it was like, Here is my litmus test. Does it look like where I live in South Mississippi? If it is not as that mixed, then it is not good casting. We need better. Because, like, it is a true, I would not say melting pot, but it is a true salad here. Okay? And there's a lot of intermixing going on. So I'm used to seeing it, like, we've got plenty of almost everything I've ever seen, as well as plenty of immigrants as well from all over the planet. Because Mississippi is a very inexpensive place to live, particularly if you want to get higher education. You're trying to get doctoral in a lot of really interesting sciences, since we also have NASA nearby and so on, as we got Stennis Space Center. So we get a lot of just mix everybody. And when casting doesn't look as mixed as when I go to Walmart, I find that problematic. That's my litmus test. I didn't realize what a privilege it was till the last 10 years. When people keep telling me, like, oh, I know the very first time I ever had a black school teacher, and I'm like,
what? Yeah.
I'd have to tell you who wasn't. And they're like, oh, the very first time they had an Asian school teacher, like, I would have to talk about who wasn't, because, like,
I live in New York City, and I'm on the side of I can tell you when I had them as a teacher.
Versus, like, no, growing up, like, everybody possible. Also, we got plenty of immigrant teachers who are like, look, I'll tell you what it's like where I'm from, as well as teachers who grew up sharecropping. So, it's very much more, I guess, egalitarian, and I didn't realize what a privilege that was until started talking to people from all over the country and realize how segregated a lot of the rest of America is. I just
and places that you don't think, because everybody always talks about the South, and I'm like, where I live,
There were racist
it's
laws in
very,
the
very
North.
mixed.
They were just
Mhm.
like,
or how people talk
Freeze.
about like how
Mhm.
you know anti-queer where I am in Mississippi is, and it's not that it's not, but like also we have at least 2 different lesbian communes that have existed here more than 30 or 40 years. One of
Good
them
for
30 years,
them.
one of them 40 years, and like they're still around. Nobody's gotten rid of them. And lesbians are more discriminated against here than other
Ooh.
queer folks.
Lesbians do not go to Walmart after midnight alone.
No, that's
around
actually
here.
where like I've loaned out Tom a couple times. Was like when certain lesbian groups needed to go grocery shopping in the middle of the night for various reasons, and I'm like, Tom's awake. Take my brother. He's fine. Like as I said, the South is very diverse and sort of underground inclusive, but to realize like how like the rest of the, or at least certain parts of the rest of the country don't even have that is odd to me. I find that startling.
Yeah.
So when it's colorblind casting, but it's only for light skinned people of color, it's like, what is that? I can't relate from personal
the
experience.
cast of Hamilton, and I know in touring productions they've had darker skinned people.
Yeah, I think that Hamilton itself, at least what I saw of it, they did well with having a variety. I think it was specifically people were concerned with In the Heights specifically.
No, I know, but I'm just trying to
But-
think because
Yeah.
with Hamilton, I think it was also pretty mostly light skinned.
Yeah, I noticed
Well,
that.
maybe a couple of. Oh wait, no, wait.
And I noticed that most of the dark skin folks, like dark, were in more of the negative roles.
Oh.
And I found that off-putting.
The one who kills Philip.
Mhm.
He's a friend of a friend, and he was,
and it was off-putting because like Tom was able to many years ago find somebody's recording of just the first half of Hamilton, like from their phone, like from the balcony. Look, I'll take it, y'all. And I was like, and after that, like as much as I really wanted to see the second half, I mean, I was very familiar with the soundtrack, but I really wanted to see the second half. My excitement was a little quelled because of the casting of like, that's what I look for is what do the villains look like? Are the only Jews in this villains? Are the only dark-skinned folks villains? Like these are flags for me of there's some endemic racism going on behind the scenes that is not necessarily, the talent. It's just, who's the decision makers, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And like same with ingrained homophobia too. I read an article, it might have been in the Vulture, but it was like definitely one of the actors who had been in one of the tours for Hamilton, and he spoke about his experience as a person of color and like as also a gay man, and just like his experience in the ensemble of Hamilton and how like compared to his white counterparts he was being like the one pushed out and like like unable to like he was like being passed over for promotions, and like especially to like non-ensemble roles or like even to like higher up ensemble roles. I don't know. And it was just really
like
really
when
interesting.
roles would come higher up roles would come available, the
Right.
darker he noticed probably that maybe the darker or maybe the gay people didn't get those upper
Right.
Because aside from the white people you have Leslie Odom Jr., who's darker, not dark, but darker, who's like, amazing. No one's ever going to be as good as him.
Yeah, lovely.
And then you have Ephraim Sykes, who is such a good dancer that he was featured in almost every single shot of the Hamilton film. I feel weird calling it a film because I know that eventually it's going to be adapted by like as an actual movie, you know what I mean? But in almost every shot, you can see him in frame, even more so than Ariana DeBose, who is like shot up from it, which is ironic because she plays the bullet, But and so like those are two people who shoot important people and are you know, Christopher Jackson, amazing, but light skinned. And
Oh yeah.
you have all these things where they're all great, and it's not like there's anyone in the show who isn't good at what they're doing, and so they deserve to be there. But you kind of look and you're like, still feel a little bit off about it.
I wish I could find the article. I will, but yeah.
But I think but the reason we hear people talk about it as much is because this is an art form of expression and rebellion. This is how people cope with their lives and are shown that no, they shouldn't put up with being devalued. And so, yes, it does also get pointed out more when this stuff happens. Because it's not like it's just theater or just movies or anything that's going on in. But the people...
problem. It's not media.
But people get inspired more by this than a lot of others. So it does get pointed out more. It just shows you how difficult it is to still, you know, how far we have to go.
Yes.
People lost their shit when Glinda was black on Broadway. And now she's white again. Like, I was like, how many weeks did the Black Glinda get to even play?
Wow. For Newsies, when it was released as like the like school production or whatever, Disney actually like specified in the casting call for Jack Kelly and for Catherine specifically, and for Davy, I think, that they were white. And like it caused this whole uproar, being like, why? No. The question isn't why. The question isn't why, because we all know why, unfortunately. But like, the question is, Disney, why are you stupid? I don't know.
I think the question would be Disney.
They can afford to be stupid. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They can throw money at the problem to make it go away.
Yeah.
I mean,
And,
it's
like,
one of the reasons, like, as much as, like, I'm like, I don't even know anybody putting on plays, but I'm still working on plays because at a certain point, I feel out of place only complaining about it if I'm not also trying to help it. You know? And my mother definitely felt like she could show me different lives through plays. The very first play she ever dragged me to, I was 3.5. We went to go see By the Skin of Our Teeth. And they were filming it for the university because it was a university production. There is a scene where there are people in prison and they're, you know, in rags and they're on the floor and they keep picking something up, but I couldn't see what it was because there was nothing that they were, but I was 3.5. And I'm like, what are they picking up? And Mom says, they're picking up brooches. And I'm like, why are they picking up brooches? And she said, because they're hungry, they're eating them. And we literally sat right in front of the cameras that were recording it. And you apparently, according to people in the archives, you'd actually still hear me go, ew. And the whole audience of 26 people break out laughing.
Oh, I looked it up when I was in the theater program, when I was doing the theater class. I looked that one up, and yeah, it is adorable, though.
Yeah, you can hear me going,
high-pitched voice.
Mommy, what are they picking up? They're picking up roaches. Why are they picking up roaches? You're not supposed to pick up roaches. She said, it's because they're hungry, because they're in prison. They're hungry. And just, ew, the world's longest. But, like, I genuinely don't believe, like, toddlers are too young to go to theater because, y'all, I am over 40 and I still remember this. And I also still remember that scene. And I remember that, like, nobody afterwards, when we were leaving, it was a tiny theater. As we were leaving, everybody, you know, they were telling people how to leave. It was like on an airplane because you couldn't all get up at once. And so we were one of the last groups to leave. And everybody, as they walked by us, said, thank you. You really made this play enjoyable. And a few people actually wanted to shake my little 3.5-year-old hand. And that made a huge impression on me. I felt welcome even as a little child in a theater among adults. that there is a place for everyone there. And now it makes me sad to think that that's not always an option for people to realize it, to grow up and wise up about this. And it's like, no, we need theater for everyone at every level. And yes, children need to be invited even to adult productions, because apparently it was the highlight of an otherwise rather arduous production of this.
Gloria, I feel like that's very special that like you had that connection, especially with your parents for theater. And I feel like that's like, and like for you too, Zara. And like, well, yeah, I don't know if you have, but like if you mention it, then I apologize. I don't know.
No,
But like
fine.
that's really great. That's really, really great. And I just feel like theater of all things, like, is the one thing that like we all know that like should transcend boundaries and stuff, and like be the, I don't know, like center, like it pulls people together or something. And I'm just glad that like that's very nice that you had that connection with your parents about it. And like I'm sure that like we've all had like very different ways that we've been introduced to the theater, and like different ways that it's like very much impacted us like in a very healthy, positive way, and that's great.
My
Yep.
mom got her love of theater from her parents. They saw the original cast of Fiddler on the Roof with Zero Mostel, and then by the time my mom saw it, it was with who was next? Herschel Bernardi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I seen it with
Well, this
Alfred.
actually, that really reminds me, Hayley. You know, you're saying about how everyone has, with your parents and everything, you do develop this, special connection with it. Of whenever I hear people, especially teenagers and 20-somethings, getting into this, the awfulness of small talk, and why is it dates are always dinner and a movie or dinner and play? It's like the whole point of this, and the reason why it's a stereotype and a trope, is that it's something that allows you to understand another person you personally know better, because you can compare your ideas and interpretations of what you just saw, and there's not that risk where if you talk about someone you could be backbiting, you could be ruining their reputation, versus if you talk about a play you just saw, no one gets hurt. The actors are just acting these characters.
We know they're playing pretend. That's not who nobody's really murdering anybody on stage.
And we even could talk about the actor's interpretation of that character and how we think, but it does help get a much deeper friendship and understanding of someone else when you go see arts together. Just like having why we love book clubs. Again, you get to see how people interpret it, so you better know them in a very much safer way. But yeah, like I love seeing it with family, because then you really have something fun to talk about, and you can talk about it for months and years. I mean, Glory and I every year, at least once or twice a year, will bring up the one of the nonsense plays we watched, where at least one, if not two or three of the characters got drunk as a skunk
During the intermission.
And then the rest of the show was special.
Like, what were they shooting? Everclear? What happened? They thought it was vodka and it was What happened? They came back stumbling, and nobody can ever tell me what happened backstage, but I don't know. Maybe it was empty stomach. I don't know what happened, but
they were celebrating someone's something. I don't know if it was birthday or divorce or what, but they were celebrating something, and then just they got carried away.
And they just stumbled through the second half of the play, the musical that we saw.
But it was still fun.
Because we were already familiar with Rue McClanahan, who did, I think she did at least the first 4 nonsense musicals, right? Like,
yeah.
Again, so good. So we had already watched it, so we knew what was supposed to happen, and then to see it like veer off, and it was like, this is fantastic, but also I hope everybody's okay.
How's everyone's improv skills?
Like, at least they're walking around, so they probably won't have poisoning, but like they were close, y'all.
or especially love the improv skills of when you're trying to sort of feed the other actor their line / just I'll take over this line because I know you've forgotten it. It's just fun to watch. And then you know, again, there's so much to talk about with your
We
your
have this memory
friends, your
forever.
family.
To talk about it.
Also,
Yes.
completely off topic. I found the pictures of me in the mustache.
Oh,
Ooh,
Cool.
I want to
Yeah.
see.
Okay.
I want to
Can you-
see
Or
the
you can
cutest
just send
little
them to the
general.
Instagram chat.
Or if you don't want to share it, you know, I just need to see it.
Yeah, I'll share it. I already shared the link to the fanfics that the cast of Newsies read. So at this point, I have nothing to lose.
Where did you share the link? Where is this available?
In the chat.
It's in the chat. Vera posted it somewhere.
I'll put it in the Instagram chat so we can all have it for posterity too.
Yeah.
But I had put it in the
Thank
public
you.
chat after she put it in the
Thank you.
StreamYard chat.
Oh,
You were
can you
accommodating my
add my
ADHD,
screen?
You know, focuses.
yes.
Zara, can you add it?
Yeah. I just had to click over.
Oh wow.
So like,
Oh, that is good.
Yeah.
Fine that you got there.
I mean, okay, you got a little cross-eyed there. I guess you're looking at the back of the room.
Yeah.
yeah.
But you're right. That actually looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Like I can see why they want you to go in the role. Like, no, that works.
Thanks. I was like 14, so.
I was gonna say, how much taller were you than everyone else
You're
around you?
a fine Major
Yeah.
General. You look great.
No, I haven't. Well, prior to this year, I hadn't grown since middle school or so. I thought, but I'm only 5'2", so like,
Taller than
here's
me.
another one if you want, but it's darker. But
Oh, so good.
yeah.
I like
Look
that.
at that face.
Look at that
I love that
smile.
smile.
Oh no.
That's someone who got all their lines right.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
bet it is.
she's so proud.
Like nailed it.
Yeah, this was my first musical that I was in, so
And that's a
don't
hard
remember
role.
any of that.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know why I
Like,
keep
you have
zooming in.
to have instability.
I feel like I should start playing Wildest Dreams to
I
back the
know.
TikTok trend.
Yeah, I was in a church, so like that's an organ.
Very
Yeah.
cool. That's very cool.
Yes, that is cool.
We are 2 minutes from 4 hours.
Has it been long enough for you?
For everyone who held on to the end, see, you got to see it. You finally got to see the pictures.
The payoff.
The payoff. There was a payoff.
Lightning
so
round.
why don't we do outros? I will do another one of these. We will figure it out on our end on Instagram. But I have a stream tomorrow. At 9
Yes,
a.m.,
I'm
which
like,
means
if
I
I'm
need to
late,
get- Yeah. So, Glory.
Hi, I'm Glory. And if you've made it this far, congratulations. You are awesome. Every Monday, I do a show on my YouTube channel, Glory Writes the Blues, at 4 p.m. Eastern. This Monday, we are doing an episode all about show us your favorite writing craft books. It's going to be fantastic. If you are in the market for writing craft suggestion books, then you should definitely absolutely come. And if you can't come to the live show, you should absolutely 1000% watch the show afterwards. Beyond that, if you are into musical theater and opera, or you are opera curious, on my Twitch channel, also Glory Writes the Blues, October 2nd, whatever this next Saturday is. At
It's the second.
is it? Okay, thank you. At I believe it's going to be 3 or 4 p.m. Central, so 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern. I will put it on my schedule this week. We will be having another episode of Opera Chat with the Everett Minshew, the composer, because he and I are working on an opera about mental health. It turns out There may actually not be any operas in the English language about mental health issues. So this may actually be the first. It's a chamber opera. That looks like it may be performed as early as it's either 2022 or 2023, middle of the year. He knows. I wasn't keeping up. So that's coming up. And so with that, with our opera chat, what we do is we chat for like 20 or 25 minutes, and then we do productivity sprints for equal amount of time. And then we keep doing this for 2 to 3 hours. So if you are curious about the process, or just you want to talk about your favorite operas, or you just want to talk about music, because we also tend to talk about Prince. I'm just saying, it happens. You should absolutely come and check us out on Twitch. It's going to be grand. On top of that, on Twitch, every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, my brother and I, that one in the beard, the only one in the beard here, we like to have takeout and play a game together on Twitch. So if you just want a nice chill hangout, please come join us. We'd love to have you. I'm out. Hayley?
Hi, my name is Hayley H. Creates. I'm fast asleep and wait, no, half asleep. And I run writing sprints every weekend. Friday 6 p.m. Eastern, weekends 4 p.m. Eastern, over on Twitch as Hayley H. Creates. And on October 31st, aka Halloween, I'm gonna be doing a 12-hour sprint. Nope, a 12-hour
Stream.
Come on, camera. Yep. 12-hour stream. As because my Twitch chat hit our goal for that, so that's pretty awesome. And we're gonna be playing games. We're gonna be writing. We're gonna be doing lots and lots of stuff, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. And extra special, we're going to be raising money for the charity Extra Life, which helps children's hospitals across the U.S. And it's a charity that is doing important work. So I hope you can definitely come. We're going to be starting at 9 a.m. Eastern on Halloween. And hopefully you'll be able to see me then, because you can't see me now. Hope you can hear me. Thank you,
hear
Zara.
you. The void is
we can hear
speaking.
you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. But first, thank you, Zara, for inviting me. Always love being included on one of these. And it was super great to talk about musicals with all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. And I am Nia, the Vixen of Fiction, here on YouTube and also on Twitch. I do live streams on some Wednesdays and on Saturdays. We are doing a Preptober kickoff on the 1st. So Zara's going to be kicking it off, and I believe CE Dorset is going to be ending it, and that'll be on Twitch on the 1st, all day, just kicking off Preptober. I will be streaming regularly on Saturdays. October is my 1 year on AuthorTube, and also my birthday month, so we will be playing AuthorTubers Among Us, an author Among Us, on my channel between sprints. Hopefully it'll be a lot of fun.
I want to play.
Yes, come play. So that'll be Saturday evenings on my Twitch channel. So if you guys want to come, we'll have a writing prompt. You can do the prompt, but one of the writers, whoever's in the chat, I will be picking someone from the chat who will be the Among Us. So if you guess right, you'll get to play a little game and get some channel points, and we'll be sprinting and doing productivity things. So that is for the month of October. So come join me, play along, have some fun while we get things done.
Up on screen is just the schedule for October 1st on Twitch. It will be posted on my Ko-fi page, which is linked down below, and I'm sure Nia will share it on all her social media and everything else involved as well. Yeah.
I'll be sharing it all week. So
Nia put it together. I made the graphic to help her out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Looks good. All right.
Tom.
I'm Tom. I'm the other half of the Awkward Siblings that we to do on Mondays as we talk about writing. And I believe next month we go back into talking about movies and books in different genres this time. We're just calling it Creative Recharge for Preptober and for NaNoWriMo because we figure everyone needs just ideas and things not thinking too hard. So we thought, this would be a fun way to do it. Where we'll be taking on a different genre every week. And Glory, per usual, you still forgot one. On Thursday, she does Coffee Bunny Cafe for those who want to chill and maybe be productive, maybe not, but at least feel like, you're among friends on Twitch.
I was waiting for that. So my name is Sarah Hoffman. I'm the self-published author of 6 books, a young adult paranormal romance trilogy and a new adult sci-fi romance trilogy. I am currently writing a new adult thriller, which I decided I have to completely rewrite, so that's fun. My Ko-fi page is where you can follow me for updates for free. You can support me monthly and get perks depending on the tier you join. I also offer author services, including query critiques, manuscript critiques, social media, coaching, and Ko-fi coaching to get the most out of your Ko-fi page if you have one or plan to make one. I have raised $2,000 in 6 months on it, so all great. Everyone but Tom is linked down below, including the people who left and Maddie, who unfortunately couldn't show up. If I remember tomorrow, I will add your links, Tom. But you can mostly find Tom at Glory's links. There are just a few that he has on his own. Thank you for everyone who is here. There are 6 people still here. I don't know how many of them are my co-hosts who are in the chat as well. But if you have stayed here the whole time, great. If you came in the middle but are still here past midnight, if you are on the East Coast, thank you. And I'm going to log off now so that I can be functioning tomorrow back here on YouTube at 9 a.m. Eastern for my writing sprints with a lot of the same faces you saw tonight. So I'm surprised that people signed up for both, but, I'm happy. We will definitely do another one of these. And when that happens, you'll see it pop up on here as a scheduled stream, and I hope to see as many of you as possible tomorrow morning, or this morning now, because it's whatever. Bye, everyone.